Now opening the February 26th, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. We will start with public comment on closed session agenda items. The agenda items are public employee performance evaluation, public employee discipline, dismissal and release, student expulsions, conference with legal counsel on anticipated litigation, and conference with legal counsel on existing litigation. Are there any blue cards?
There are no blue cards or public comment.
The board will then recess to close session. Now opening the February 26, 2025 meeting of the Santa Rosa City Schools Board of Education. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for our territorial land acknowledgement.
I acknowledge that the Santa Rosa City Schools is on the traditional territory and homelands of the Pomo people, traditional territory and homelands of the Coast Miwok people, and honor with gratitude the land itself and the people who have stewarded throughout the generations. This land acknowledgement calls us to commit to learn how to be better stewards to the land we inhabit. By offering this land acknowledgement, we affirm Indigenous sovereignty and will work to hold Santa Rosa City Schools more accountable to the needs of American Indian and Indigenous people.
Thank you, Diego. Now, before we continue with the meeting, Superintendent Morales, would you like to say something about our students?
Yes, we would like to just take a moment of silence for the students and adults that were lost this last weekend in the community. So if we could just take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Well, good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'm going to be real with you. I am not feeling great right now, so I'm going to do my best. I'm going to try to get through as much of this meeting as I can, but I might need to turn it over to Clerk Delatorre at some point. I'm going to start with a report of actions taken in closed session. So during the closed session, the board voted 6-0 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-49 to notify 62 temporary certificated employees, 23.4 FTE, that they will be released from their position at the end of the 2024-2025 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44954. Order. The board voted 6-0 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-50 to notify 4 non-reelect probationary certificated employees, 4.0 FTE, that they will be non-reelected for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44929.21. The board voted 6-0 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt the resolutions numbers listed below to notify 3 certificated administrators, 3.0 FTE, that they may be released from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. Those are resolutions number 2024-25-59, 2024-25-65, and 2024-25-77. The board voted 6-0 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt the resolutions numbers listed below to notify 3 certificated administrators, 3.0 FTE, that they may possibly be released and reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. Those are resolutions number 2024-25-58, 2024-25-67, and 2024-25-97. The board voted 5-1 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-93 to notify 1 certificated administrator, 1.0 FTE, that they may be possibly released or reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. I'm sorry, there's a lot of these. The board voted 6-0 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt the resolution numbers listed below to notify 15 certificated administrators, 15.0 FTE, that they may be released and possibly reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. And those are resolutions 2024-25-53, 2024-25-54, 2024-25-55, 2024-25-56, 2024-25-57, 2024-25-60, 2024-25-61, 2024-25-62, 2024-25-63, 2024-25-64, 2024-25-66, 2024-25-68, 2024-25-94, 2024-25-95, and 2024-25-96. The board voted 5-1 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-51 to notify 1 certificated administrator, 1.0 FTE, that they may be released and possibly reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. The board voted 4-2 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-52 to notify 1 certificated administrator, 1.0 FTE, that they may be released and possibly reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. The board voted 6-0 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt the resolution numbers listed below to notify 22 certificated administrators, 22.0 FTE, that they may be possibly reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. And those are resolutions numbers 2024-25-69, 2024-25-70, 2024-25-71, 2024-25-72, 2024-25-73, 2024-25-74, 2024-25-75, 2024-25-76, 2024-25-78, 2024-25-79, 2024-25-80, 2024-25-81, 2024-25-84, 2024-25-85, 2024-25-86, 2024-25-87, 2024-25-88, 2024-25-89, 2024-25-90, 2024-25-91, 2024-25-92, and 2024-25-98. The board voted 4-2 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-82 to notify one certificated administrator 1.0 FTE that they may possibly be reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. And the board voted 4-2 with one member absent to authorize the district superintendent or designee to adopt resolution number 2024-25-83 to notify one certificated administrator 1.0 FTE that they may possibly be reassigned from their position for the 2025-2026 school year pursuant to Education Code Section 44951. Okay, items considered in closed session for action in open session. I am seeking a motion for student expulsion case 2024-25-20.
Moved as recommended.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, seeking a motion in student expulsion case 2024-25-21.
Moved as recommended.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. Seeking a motion in student expulsion case 2024-25-24.
Moved as recommended.
Second.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
trustee De La Torre,
Aye.
trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Jenkins. Aye. President McNally.
Aye. Motion passes. All right, are there any statements of abstention tonight? Adjustments to the agenda? All right, we are pulling items F1 and F2 for a future, possibly for a future meeting. Any other adjustments?
I'd like to pull G5 and G8, please.
Okay, pulling G5 and G8. Then we will move on to the reports section of our agenda. First, we have our CSEA report, President Mary Lehman.
Good evening, President McNally, Governing Board, Superintendent Dr. Morales, student board member, cabinet members, and everyone listening tonight. Thank you, everyone, teachers, students, parents, and the community who came tonight to show the district we continue to care. And if you don't mind, we're going to please join me in a moment of silence again. In reflection and respect to remember and honor the lives of our students we have lost. Let us reflect on their memories and the positive impact they had on our school community. Words cannot express the tremendous grief we are experiencing over the tragedy of the past week. I was going to support the resolutions for March Education Month and Women's History Month, so I don't know why they were pulled. Anyway, so I will carry on. Tonight, we are at a pivotal moment in our district's history. After months of uncertainty, debate, and deeply emotional discussions, the hard decisions have been made. Schools will close, jobs will be eliminated and/or restructured, and notices will go out. There are 133 classified RIF layoffs tonight on the board report and 187 certificated. But what will happen next? There will need to be emotional support for our students and families throughout this transition. Do not forget, many of our classified employees are parents of our students. For those receiving layoff notices, whether temporary or permanent, this will not just be about numbers in a budget spreadsheet. It will be about identity, security, and stability, things that go far beyond a paycheck. Losing a job can feel like losing a part of yourself. It shakes confidence, disrupts routines, and isolates people from their colleagues and communities. The weight of that uncertainty can be overwhelming. We understand that the district is required to show a balanced second interim budget. Some of these layoffs may not become reality. We also know that seniority lists and bumping rights will salvage some layoffs. Yet every single person receiving a notice will go through the same emotional and financial turmoil as if it were real. It is painful and heartbreaking. It is not enough to issue these notices and move on. As a district, we must recognize the human cost of this transition. We must provide our staff with tools to navigate the fear, anxiety, and grief that will inevitably follow. I urge the board to prioritize therapy and wellness resources for all affected employees. Perhaps offering guidance on career transitions, job placement assistance, and financial planning. Most of all, creating peer support networks to reduce isolation and strengthen our community. We could not ask dedicated staff who have given months, years, even decades of service to simply absorb this loss alone. If we truly believe in the well-being of our school communities, then we must extend that care to those who are losing their place in them. If we have to make painful cuts, the district needs to be transparent. We need to know where we stand so we do not repeat this crisis again. We know difficult decisions are being made, but we also know that students, families, and staff must come first. Let's not allow budget constraints to erase our compassion. Tonight, I ask the board to demonstrate leadership, not just in closing the books, but in opening the doors to meaningful support for those whose lives will be upended. We cannot do this alone. With courage and compassion.
Thank you, President Lehman. Next, we have our SRTA report. President Catherine Howell.
Good evening, President McNally, Superintendent Morales, members of the board, members of the community. I'm Catherine Howell, President of the Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I currently represent about 900 educators in our district. The closures and reconfigurations and movements that were decided last week on Wednesday and Friday are going to leave deep wounds across our community. The grief is real and it is palpable. The impact of the board's decisions will change communities and families for years to come. But in the midst of this grief is joy that the students of Southwest Santa Rosa will continue to have school choices in their neighborhood. This joy is also real and also palpable. Grief and joy can coexist, sometimes in the same breath and in the same moment. Expressing one does not negate the other. We're here together in our new reality. But more decisions are being made today, decisions that are going to impact the lives of the people who work so hard for the students of this district. And we need to keep a few things in mind. We need to think about how important and how amazingly impactful this is going to be on our student learning. We have students going to new schools, we have new grade configurations, we have models that we don't understand and have very little time to create. At the same time, we are losing counselors, we're losing family engagement facilitators, we're losing possibly up to 60 elementary teachers, which boggles the mind, nurses, so many others. At the very moment when we are throwing our students into turmoil, we're taking away their supports. This is really worrisome. And also leads right into the other thing that we need to be thinking about right now is community trust. And how are we building that? How are we building trust by doing what seems to be prioritizing administration over direct administrative educational services? It seems to be prioritizing financial decisions over what's best for our students. And how are we going to win back the trust of these families that have already decided that they're leaving this district? We also need to look at morale amongst our employees. The trauma that President Lehman talked about is going to be real. There's going to be a few months of anxiety and trauma and stress. And how do we help the teachers get through that? How are we going to help our educators adjust to their new positions, their new lives, their new schools? And how can we keep the morale going? And finally, the cuts that are being proposed tonight seem to be right there in the classroom with the kids. We always talk about cuts far away from the classroom, and these don't seem like those cuts. These seem like the district structure that's already top heavy with administration is maintaining that top heaviness. Minimal positions are being cut amongst district office administration. And when you compare that to what seems like absolutely drastic reductions to teaching, to counselors and other supporters, it seems like we're not aligning our priorities and our resources the way they need to be aligned. So I'm asking you to please think about that as our families wander unfamiliar hallways, looking for classrooms, looking for teachers that are not there anymore. As our teachers move to a campus they've never worked on before, their colleagues are not next door anymore. We need to face these challenges. It's not fair. It's not okay. None of us asked for this. The SRTA slogan this year is Together We Rise. Hopefully you've seen a few of us in those t-shirts. We can do this. We need to do it. We need to do it together. We need to do it for ourselves. We need to do it for our families, and we need to do it for every single child in this district. It's not going to be easy, but teachers always make the best of things. And we're here to say, we're going to make the best of this, but we can't do it without some help. Thank you.
Thank you, President Howell. Next is our superintendent report. Dr. Morales.
So in my report, I just want to kind of address the trauma of the last week. So over the past week, which seems at this point like a month, our community has been rattled in ways that have affected us all, from drugs to violence. And first, our hearts are filled and go out to our families and our entire community affected by these deaths, the loss of children, the loss of loved ones. There's no words to convey how sorrowful we are all feeling with these losses and the supports that our families are needing during this time. We're also saddened by the event at Elsie Allen High School yesterday. I understand that there's questions around the altercations between students that resulted in a student being severely injured or seriously injured. I know these questions come from a place of genuine concern and desire to prevent these from happening again. And what I can share is that SRPD has been working with us and is continuing to be a great partner. They're leading the investigation, and we are conducting our own internal investigation as well. Separately, there was another altercation at Maria Carrillo High School yesterday. In both these incidents, there's still questions that need yet to be answered. We started the investigation this morning, and we will share more information when that becomes available. I just want to convey that please understand that we cannot share specific details about students. We have to respect their privacy. There's a lot of privacy laws that we need to abide by, and also to avoid interfering with SRPD's active investigation. For these reasons, we also can't comment on rumors or public comments that are made by others. If you do have any other information about any of these incidents, please be sure to reach out to our PIO, James Hodgman, as well as local law enforcement. That said, we need to assure that our students and families feel supported during these times, and we are providing available supports from both community partners as well as our wellness and engagement team at each of the sites. And we continue to work with our community to address the many reasons these situations have arisen. I'll talk a little bit more about the decisions being made tonight when that item comes up in the agenda.
Next is my board president report. It's really hard for me to step away from a board meeting, especially right now when we made some really huge decisions on Friday. And we had some tragic incidents over the past few days, and we have some hard decisions to make tonight. But I'm recognizing right now that I am in a lot of pain, and I don't think I'm facilitating this meeting very well. So I think I'm gonna hand it over to Clerk Dilatory, and I'm gonna go home.
All right, and we're back. Thank you for our brief pause. Our well wishes to President McNally as he needs to leave. Since this is the moment for the president's report and Ms. McNally needed to leave and I'm taking over the direction of this meeting at this time, I will share my board report and then pass it on to my other trustees. I want to acknowledge the amount of trauma that the community has just experienced, including the process that we just went through over several months to make very difficult decisions last week, and be very cognizant of the reality of that grief and what that is going to do to our community. The traumatic events of losing student lives over the weekend. No parent should have to bury their child under any circumstances. No parent should have to parent their child through grief of the loss of a loved one and their peers. Unfortunately, I am a parent who has had to parent two of my children through grief in the last 2 months. And before this meeting tonight, I went to the front of the school and I paid my respects to a memorial for a sweet young woman that I fed meals to, that I gave ride homes to, that my son went to the fair with and enjoyed birthday parties with. And she will no longer be a part of our lives. She will no longer be a part of this community. And it is going to take the love and the support of their entire community to get us through these moments. The violence that occurred on our campuses yesterday, unfortunately, is something this district has experienced before. And I use these moments to again call on our community to collaborate, to love, to lift up, and to take care of each other through these moments. We are not designed to do this alone. We do not hold sole responsibility for what is on the plates in front of us. But together, collaboratively, we can pull through. I thank the community for the efforts and the continued support through the difficult process this district is going through as it continues to right-size its district and right-size the budget. And we know that the topics of discussion tonight are very real and will cause harm, and that is not being taken lightly. Thank you for being here with us tonight. I'll go ahead and give this over to our other trustees. Maybe there's anything to say. And Trustee Cass.
All right, so I'm back to writing things down. I would love to start with gratitude today and talk about getting to work regarding decisions made less than 7 days ago, but that is not where we are today. And I'm going to cry again. The amount of loss and fear our community is facing in this minute is absolutely absurd. I know we will get through it, but everyone is fried. Nerves are fried, emotions are raw, and families are scared about what's next. Students have been walked through social emotional tools for their toolboxes from a young age as part of the curriculum to learn what to do in many situations, and they've had to use them on the regular. Often adults are trying to learn these tools simultaneously, as it definitely wasn't part of my educational experience, and I'm sure many, if not all adults in this room can relate. I want to give folks a couple tools that everyone can use for grounding so that we as adults can continue to do our best as we face uncertainty on the backs of so much loss. I'm part of the trauma-informed leadership team and behavioral health for the county, and we start each meeting with some kind of a grounding technique. I'm personally a physical touch person, so I lean more towards grounding techniques that incorporate something physical. I encourage you guys to participate as much as you want, but the one that I wanted to share with you today is the butterfly tapping technique. I don't know if people have heard of this. I'm sure people have heard of tapping, right? We hear about tapping, but butterfly tapping is just a little bit different. If folks are familiar with bilateral stimulation or EMDR, this is kind of like very light of that you can do anywhere. So how it works is you just want to, like a butterfly, you cross your midline, and then it's tapping back and forth. And people can do this. You can smack yourself, probably don't do that, but you want to tap back and forth, and it engages the brain in a way that it helps us relax and process some emotion. If people are uncomfortable up here, you can do it in your lap. You can also do it on your waist. But the thing is to make sure you're crossed. And then whatever pace and pressure is completely up to you. Side note, it's helpful to repeat things in your brain, positive affirmations, I'm okay, I'm strong, I can do this, things of that sort. It is just something for us adults to put in our toolbox as well. Another good one, in addition to breathing, is just counting from 5 backwards to 1 when we're faced with something. It sounds super simple, but it's so helpful. I'm sure everyone has heard how much power there is in the pause, and that just reinforces it. And then it can actually switch our brains just a little bit to get us to the present moment. In addition, so with all that we're facing, I do encourage you to do what's best for you, what you think is best for your family. If that means digging in and getting to work at your school site, present or future, do that. Do what feels right for you. In the current situations, if the current situations feel like an absolute crisis for you and you need to be given direction, focus on your regulation and then the humans you support. Unplug, check something off of your to-do list. I also encourage folks to lean in with curiosity and try not to lash out. The trustees are part of this community and we're doing our absolute best in an awful situation. I do want to acknowledge that with all of the changes and the violence, the need to get SROs reinstated is paramount. I understand that it is scary for some community members, but we owe it to our children's safety to continue to do things scared. Additionally, I want to acknowledge that parts of our system are broken. It's ridiculous that as parents, we get vague information about crises of which we know will impact our students, but only the students are privy to details via social media and word of mouth. This creates disconnect and challenges for family units, as often the youth are relaying sensitive information to the adults instead of vice versa. I understand why this happens legally, and I don't have a solution to the problem, but it's important to say it out loud. And thank you guys all for being here.
Thank you, Trustee Jenkins. Trustee Caston? No? Okay. Any other trustees?
Thank you. First off, I just wanted to give a shout out to Mr. Malloy sent me a picture. Mr. Malloy is a teacher at LC Allen of a bunch of students that, despite everything yesterday, they had a field trip to go check out San Jose State University. They sent me that picture just a little while ago, and so it was good to see that, they're doing well, smiling in those pictures. So I'm glad that they're persevering. I did want to send a big shout out to the cheer squad at Maria Carrillo High School. They won that national title, which I think is just an awesome achievement. And I just want to make sure that folks know and that their hard work is recognized, because I know that couldn't have been easy. I also did want to take a moment to just shout out Mr. Davis and the ag program at FFA. They were selected by the Western Welding Academy from Wyoming to be part of a program that only stops the blue collar tour, which highlights the trades. That's taking place tomorrow at LC Allen High School in the morning. And so a lot of schools will be going there to participate in this program. It's really hands-on welding and trades program that's happening there. And it's just an honor to be selected. Again, one of 30 sites in the country that was selected for this. So I hope that all goes well tomorrow for those students. But with that said, it's been a tough year, tough week. So I just want to say to everybody that, we're dealing with the law as a community. Our students are dealing with the law, our families, our staff, and just remind everybody that in the end, we're in this together. We got to stick together. We got to get through it together, and we got to collaborate. I know it's tough, but in the end, I think we got to keep our youth in mind and think about that. We've got to invest in them collectively, not just with financial resources, but our time and money. So you all being here is a part of that. But again, as we move forward with the tough decisions that we've got to make, I just ask you to stay engaged in any and all ways. And finally, para la gente que habla español, nada más quería pues decirles que que hemos tenido un tiempo difícil y que tomen este momento de veras abrazar a sus hijos, sus hijas y recordar que estamos pasando muchas cosas muy difíciles, pero en el fin tenemos que estar todos unidos, trabajando juntos para salir adelante. Entonces les pido que sigan involucrados y que sigan en el proceso. Necesitamos estar todos unidos en este proceso para sacar adelante a nuestros hijos y hijas. Thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
Good evening. Just wanted to mention, yes, I will be at LC Allen in the morning to look over some of that tour coming through. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going on with some of our trade programs there. As I mentioned last week, in order to attract and retain students, we need to earn back the trust of the community, first and foremost. In reviewing the results of last year's Youth Truth Survey, I know the new one's coming out right now. Over half of our high school students stated that they don't feel safe on our campuses. This is appalling to me, and I believe it's a large reason why students leave our district. They're afraid to be on our campuses. We've got to do a better job of ensuring that they feel protected. With the influx of the numbers of new students on our campuses, now's the time to ensure that our students are supported. And as Trustee Jenkins mentioned, to begin our pilot program to reintroduce the SROs back on our campuses. I've said it before, I'll say it again. It's a fact that students who feel safe are more connected to their school and care about their education. That's all.
Trustee Caston?
I didn't prepare any comments because it's very difficult to have comments with everything that's occurred in the last 7 days. I think the specific mention of some partnerships shouldn't absolve us of recognizing that our students were impacted both on and off of our campuses. We had students and graduates pass away not on our campuses, and we had safety and very critical injuries caused on our campuses that were not necessarily from relationships that were created on those campuses. In short, we're part of the community, and we need to do a better job of collaborating with all of the other community agencies who are also working to support not only our students, but everyone throughout the community, and recognize where our role is and what we need to do really well, and where the role is of other agencies and organizations, and where we need to support them in doing their roles well, oftentimes meaning that they'll need to access our students on our campuses because it's one of the best places for that access, but not that we necessarily know how to provide those support services better than they do. So tonight is not a night where we're going to be considering items where we are able to solve all of the issues, because we don't have the funds or even the competency to solve all of the community's issues. We have to work with everyone else in this community better in order to address these issues. And I very much hope to see a day where we can all confidently feel safe for our students on their campuses, and we don't have to worry about what the next Parent Square Alert is going to say.
Thank you, Trustee Caston. That'll complete the board member reports. And next we'll have the student board member report. Student board member Zanika.
Thank you. I'd like to say a few words tonight, even when there are no words. I, like so many people in our community, am gutted by the tragic and unnecessary deaths of 2 students. First, everyone should know that we are kids and we're gonna test the bounds of life. But please, 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 please stop the use of fentanyl in this community. It's too dangerous for all of us. Please know and get and understand how Narcan works and practice it. It saves lives. You can get it at your doctors, in schools, and lots of places throughout our community. And you need to carry one because it's the difference between life or death. And it's more important to have an awkward conversation and about wanting to get Narcan than it is to not have one in critical moment. Second, when I think about the people who keep me safe and sane in the world right now, I want to give thanks to our emotional support staff in schools, and I really want to think about what it means to cut these positions. There are people who help kids with learning needs and social and emotional support, who help us resolve conflict and hopefully stop us from feeling like we need to escape or self-medicate. I know our schools have a lot of programs now that we may not have in the coming years. And I think about what we're willing to cut. So just let us remember how important these services are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move on to the public comment, and we will begin with the public comment on non-agenda items. And each speaker will be given 2 minutes. I will call out 3 names, and you'll have your 2 minutes at the podium. We will start with Nikki Kumasaka, Tara Pack, and Catherine Rideout.
Good evening. The reason that I'm here to speak tonight is because of the comments that I've heard at the previous board meetings regarding middle school athletics. And I'm representing all the middle school athletic directors. My name is Nikki Kumasaka, and I've had the privilege of serving as the athletic director at Slater Middle School for the past 20 years. I'm here tonight to ask you for your support in preserving middle school athletics in our district. Currently, we are facing a critical situation where our middle school sports programs are at risk of being eliminated. This is more than just about games or practice schedules. It's about the core of what makes our middle school's experience so valuable for our students. This year alone, we have 863 middle school athletes with all of our middle schools put together. And these students depend on athletics for far more than physical fitness. Athletics help keep students engaged in school, motivate them to excel academically, and provide a meaningful connection to their peers and school community. Middle school is a critical developmental time for our students. It is when they form the habits, relationships, and resilience that will shape their future. For many of our athletes, sports provide not only an outlet for energy, but also a safe space for decompressing from academic pressure and personal challenges. They help our students build confidence, develop leadership skills, and feel a sense of belonging. Removing middle school athletics would deprive them of one of the most important aspects of their school experience, something that promotes mental, emotional, and physical well-being. I strongly urge you to recognize the irreplaceable value of this program and make it a continuation and top priority. As you plan for the future, and for our district sports programs, I ask that you turn to those who have a deep understanding of the impact these programs have on our students. Our middle and high school athletic directors are here to help guide these discussions and ensure that our programs continue to thrive as they have for many years.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I am a working mother of 3 children, one daughter in 3rd grade, a son going in his 7th grade, and another son going to freshman year of high school, all Santa Rosa City schools. Sports in middle school are for everyone. And I want to say this part really clearly. Every child in Santa Rosa should have an equal opportunity, no matter what part of the district they live, to enjoy athletics. This healthy part of 7th and 8th grade. Athletic directors and PE teachers are essential to uphold these programs. I believe it is our imperative to preserve programs so that children can play and learn on day one. If at earlier time periods and a child life, one could not participate in sport because of high cost or level of competition. Middle schools give children that open invitation. Middle school sports can, in this way, redeem a child's positive view of themselves for a lifetime. Athletic directors and coaches support children as they overcome personal challenges. Self-esteem is built, protected in middle school athletics. It is very often a place where children find their sense of belonging. Sports can be essential for mental health, self-esteem, and building community. Participation in sports, team sports has been linked to lower rates of depression, anxiety, along with reduced risk of suicide and substance abuse. They can provide lonely children a sense of belonging. Engaging in sports allows children to focus on the moment, the activity at hand, rather than on their worries. They provide a mental break from the pressures of everyday life. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Catherine Rideout, and I'm a parent of 2 children attending Hidden Valley Elementary School. I wanted to encourage the district and board to work together to include the community in a bi-directional and ongoing conversation regarding staff layoffs and the 7 to 12 transition. I believe the district has been thinking and planning for these transitions, but sharing these evolving plans and engaging the community, particularly with rising 7th graders, would help build trust and faith. Similarly, sharing plans to help retain staff until final notices are given in May and aiming to prioritize school site staff would be helpful to rebuild community's trust. I encourage our community to continue to stay engaged, but that we all move forward with a positive conversation in the best interest of the health and well-being of our youth. Please, let's focus on increasing attendance, partnering with the district and board, and building our school-based communities to support each other during this time of change.
Thank you. Next up, we have Erica Lepinovich, Jessica Lee, and Angel Ortega.
Hello again. I lost my note. Here it is. My name is Erica Lepinovich. I'm a mother of 2 kids in the district. The last few days have been devastating and terrifying. My kids are only in TK and first, and it's heartbreaking that safety is something that my family is already having to think about. I cannot even imagine how families in middle school and high school feel. And I hear the anger, I see the fear. But if there has ever been a time to come together, it is now. Community, let's commit to staying engaged. Let's work together for a brighter future. Our students need to see their adults working together, healing and building each other up, not tearing each other down. Dr. Morales and board, please continue to find ways to engage your community and put us to work. I've said this before. I have already started working with healthcare providers across Santa Rosa to start a campaign to educate clinicians about how attendance directly impacts our district's funding and the importance of returning kids to school when medically appropriate. We are also working to push for scheduling system changes that prioritize students, that they're not missing school for preventative healthcare appointments. If you work in healthcare, Santa Rosa Community Health, Sutter, Kaiser, Providence, Memorial, anyone, you're a doctor, you're a nurse practitioner, a physician assistant, you're a dentist, you're an orthodontist, please. And if you're interested in collaborating, email Dr. Morales. She will put you in touch with me. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Jessica Lee, and I have 3 children in the district, a 7th grader at Rankin Valley, a 6th grader at Hidden Valley, and a 1st grader at Hidden Valley. So last week, the school board decided on a plan to finalize school closures that included the redrawing of district boundaries. It was a bit of a surprising, redistricting for me. So I live in Mark West, and as I said, I have a 7th grader at Rankin Valley Middle. He's autistic, and I don't have priority for him to attend Maria Carrillo anymore, which means that there's a possibility that he might not attend school with the children that he's grown up with and that he knows. I have another son, like I said, in 6th grade, and I don't know if he's going to be able to attend Rankin Valley Middle with his brother next year. So, and also I wanted to mention that one thing that was not mentioned by the district in the proposal to change boundaries is that that has an effect that you don't get to be bused anymore because you're not in district. And this has a really large impact on families that depend on this. So what I would say is please take another look at the boundaries agreed on last week. and reassess what should be done to try to keep communities and children together. They're changing next year anyways. I mean, because there's a 2-year plan. So please, please take a look and think about putting us back in the district. Because I moved to that district area specifically for the schools. And I've also, I had the option to have my youngest attend Mark West. I wanted him to go back to Hidden Valley. Like, I think that the schools are great. And so, thank you.
My name is Angel, and I'm a proud Lobo staff and alum. School board, you know me quite well, so I want to address my LC Allen kids real quick. You all make coming to work every day at 7:30 worthwhile. Since day one, you've allowed me to help you as a role model, coach, or simply another trusted adult in your life. Through your growth, academic and personal, you all make me proud to serve you as a staff member. When I returned to work in a wheelchair after my leg surgery, you all supported me and showed me love and kindness, and you still do in my current recovery. Now it's my turn to return the favor and stand up for all of you. School board, LC Allen is not just a school. We are not just numbers on a PowerPoint. We are a community that sticks by each other through thick and thin. Thank you for giving LC Allen a lifeline, and by virtue, all high schools as well. I look forward to our continued partnership as we navigate this next turbulent chapter. Quick shout out to our nurses, school psychs, FEFs, restorative folks, and all intervention teams. You keep our schools afloat. Thank you.
Thank you, Angel. Next up, we have Julie Bernard, Karen Wagner, and Adina Flores.
Hi, my name is Julie Bernard, and you guys closed Bielis, so that happened. You split my street, Halyard, right down the middle, west going to Monroe and the east going to Lehman. Why split a street like this? Jennings Apartments to Lehman, but just 100 feet north, those apartments on Zinfandel are going to Monroe. It's like you buried a cross directly in the center of our students' homes. Now children are going to at least 4 different schools because they may live in a different district or a different school boundary. And where would they transfer to? I cannot convince parents that the school that we are going to, they should transfer their students to. All while sticking up for our closed school, I did not stick up for the staff members so beloved to my family, so important to the students' success. I wish I had. I watched the stress happening right before my eyes. My children live on a fence, truthfully, and at any point they could fall back into the abyss we clawed our way out of with the help of the staff at that school. My children may not adjust to this huge change. They cannot deal with their big feelings now, let alone the forced changes of their futures. The small connections they have built will be severed, and they will have to rebuild with new people that they can feel comfortable with to open up to, and that doesn't happen easily. Did you consider the mental health issues that will arise for students, families, teachers, and classified staff affected? I know my kids will need immediate counseling. They will have no trust yet in their counselors, the schools, the school, the students, Santa Rosa City School Board. They may even lead to future trust issues for students, families, and faculty. Do I want my 13-year-old going to schools 7 through 12 exposed to stabbings and drugs like what just happened, unfortunately, this week? No, I don't. I really don't. I think that's too young. So my children will be exposed to behaviors of older students that they should not be exposed to, kind of like movie ratings. We don't want our 13-year-olds watching things they're not ready to see. I hope there's some separation of these age ranges. We'll have a lot more on our hands to deal with in futures as parents and a society. Our hearts are broken while you right size. I can't even say I want to stay in the Santa Rosa City School District. I don't even know that I can fully decide by the time frame you've given me to work with what if I choose wrong? What if I picked my kids to go with their friends and then their friends aren't friends anymore? I don't know what the right answer is. Thank you.
Good evening, Karen Wagner. Been an employee for 21 years now, and I want to talk about safety. And I've been talking about safety for quite a long time, and I'm glad to hear that you are talking about bringing the SROs back. I know not everybody's a fan of that, but what I've seen modeled over the years, and ever since I started, which was at LC Allen in 2003, when the gang task force was, initiated, yeah, I saw some brutal stuff going on. Hence why we had a gang task force. I stayed there for quite a few years, and then I moved over to Slater. And then from there, I came over here to Santa Rosa High, and every year that I was around, there was always an SRO. And what I saw was kids hanging out with the SROs. The SROs, we became kind of like their friends and, you know, not in a goofy part, but they were part of our rallies. They were part of everything that we did, you know, and the kids really enjoyed them. And the ones who don't, then you know what, sit down and have a circle and figure out why, you know, I have grandkids. I don't know if I'm going to allow them to come here. Okay. My kids went to Rancho Cotati. I pulled my daughter out, put her in Annalee. I know how to do it. We need to be safe, and it's going to take a village. It's going to be the whole community. But this, you know what? And you're cutting the very people that help our students with their security and their voice. And I don't know. It's just all these people that are the thefts and everything else that we got going on.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Good evening. For those of you who aren't aware, I'm the former executive assistant to this board and superintendent through January of 2023. And because there are many of you currently in the room who are staff and are considered legal mandated reporters, you're required to take action on what I'm about to say. I asked the district why through about the year 2020, you were partnered with Gager Academy. Gager Academy was being run by alleged pedophiles and rapists and pimps who are currently under investigation by Santa Rosa police. Poll 1, many of you in this room know the situation. You've all been emailed that documentary as well as evidence from the rape victims coming forward that I've been counseling daily who were crying on the phone. So Pocho was one of the individuals you allowed on campus, as well as Anthony Law, who had allegedly been trafficking women in this community, who I personally know. So I asked for fingerprinting records, which Roseland had no issue giving me fingerprinting records for Raíces Collective. So why was I declined fingerprints through Santa Rosa schools? You guys had no contract for them. There was no record of payments. So why were these individuals on campus? You say you want to restore trust in the community. Do you though? Because I'm the only legitimate journalist in this community. The Press Democrat tried to get a restraining order on me a month ago, which was full of lies and was dismissed. Now I'm being sued by Boys and Girls Club, who has also partnered with you guys because over 40 Latino children were raped at that club and have not received restitution. Miss Erin Carlstrom, Nick Castone's ex-wife, is representing the plaintiffs. So when we talk about, you know, caring about our students, no, we don't. Nobody in this room as a mandated reporter will take action knowing that we had sexual predators on campus around our students. So if you're going to be laid off, I suggest you reach out to me. I got a $50,000
Thank you. Your time is up.
mandated.
Next, we have Pam Karbowski. Pam.
My name is Pam Karbowski, and I am a PE teacher at, sad to say, both Brook Hill and Biella. To put it in perspective, I teach 21 different classes and 435 general ed, ESN, and RISE students. I'm here to speak of retaining all elementary PE teachers. We counted up, and there is 128 years of experience on the elementary PE team. This year, we have 9 schools and 6 teachers. Then we will have 6 schools and 5 teachers, and each class will be larger and the number of classes are increasing. Because we also coach, we see the students and families after school hours at practices and games. We provide community. A full PE team will be needed for the continued integration of our increasing special ed students. One of our teachers goes to almost all of the IEPs for SDC, DHH, and ESN populations. There will be a lot of changes making our role of providing teacher prep periods and collaboration that it's going to be much more important. Since we see the entire school population, when kids move school, they are guaranteed a familiar face to see. Many students have stress from recent changes, so keeping all elementary PE teachers allows them to unwind, exercise, and express themselves outside the traditional classroom. Please, when you're thinking of this all the way through, please reconsider cutting any elementary PE positions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as we have no more blue cards for public comment on non-agenda items, we will move on to the next part of our agenda. Dr. Morales?
So our next item is the first read and waiver of second read for policy 0420.4. I think everyone is aware, the board established in December and an ad hoc committee for review and board policy. And in that committee, I will turn it over to Trustee Caston because he is helping to lead us in that committee.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. The revisions that are proposed here for charter authorization and renewal mostly are edits to bring us in line with existing or with changes to state law. And as you review the document, the items in purple are consistency changes with the CSBA recommended board policy language. At the end of the policy, there is language in red, out of district charters. This was a change brought forth in 2019 with AB 1507. Within that language, within that bill, there was an option provided for how out-of-district charters that had already been established would be able to move forward. And most specifically, it's referring to charters that are either geographically authorized by a district that is not where that charter is located, or because of grade level is considered out of district because the authorizing district is not normally in the practice of providing education at those grade levels. While this brings us into consistency with that state law, it also makes a choice in that state law. There is an option to either provide other districts with approval to continue reauthorizing already established charters, or an ability for us to say that we would like to receive those reauthorization packets and take over the responsibility and oversight of those reauthorizations. This language elects, should we pass it, for us to take over the oversight and reauthorization process for the current out-of-district charter schools.
And also just to remind everyone, the other trustees that are on this policy committee is Trustee Medina and Trustee Manieri, who isn't here today.
Just to clarify though, no outcome of that renewal process is determined. It's just where and who is doing the reauthorization, and any new charters that were created after this law passed would have had to be authorized by us in the first place. So this is saying that any that previously existed will have to follow the same process that any new ones would have to follow.
So since this is an action item with first read and possible waive, would any other trustees like to discuss this? Trustee Medina?
Yeah. I'd like to move to waive the second read and adopt the proposed changes as presented for board policy 0420.4 on charter school authorization.
I'll second.
And before we move to a vote, is there any further discussion that you'd like to add?
Public comment?
Melanie, is there any public comment on this item?
There's no public comment on this item.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Melanie, you please go through a roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zuniga.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Clerk De La Torre.
Aye. All right, that has been taken care of. Now we're moving on to F4, where we have an action item for approval of the California School Employees Association, Chapter 75, 2425, Number 6 MOU, and job description for the wellness technician classification. Looks like we have Dr. Vicky Zans and Stacy Desideri joining us. And Eric, come on up, Eric.
Should I call you pretend president, Roxanne? No.
Have you ever known anything pretend about me, Dr. Zans?
I have absolutely never
forward.
known anything pretend about you. Okay. Sitting President Jeremy Delatore, Superintendent Dr. Morales, and members of the board, members of the community, and those here with us. As you know, we recently entered into negotiations and were able to settle negotiations with our classified bargaining unit, CSCA. And as a result of that, we were able to approve a memorandum of understanding for the wellness centers at our school sites, as well as a job description for the wellness coach, which is a new position. And I have, was that?
Wellness coach.
Wellness coach ones, excuse me. See, I don't even remember what they're called. Okay. And so I have here with me Stacy Desideri and Eric Lofchi to talk to you a little bit about the Wellness Coach One job and how they are going to be incorporated into the wellness centers.
So
Could I stop you real quick? I'm getting messages that people on Zoom can't hear.
Testing, testing. There we go. So the Wellness Coach One, we see as a potential professional pathway for people in our district to allow staff to address the needs of students in an integrated way. The certified wellness coach position will not only allow us to develop integrated student services and support at a wellness center, but will also be a position that is qualified under the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative fee reimbursement schedule. This is an opportunity for us to not only provide integrated supports to students, but to be able to file for fee reimbursement of those services and be able to provide some offsetting funding as a sustainable measure in our district. Other positions may be providing support for students, but do not qualify under the CYBHI fee reimbursement schedule. So this is a way to position us to not only provide the services, but to do so in a fiscally responsible way. And now Director Lofchi can tell us about how they work in a wellness center.
Could I just ask a quick question on what you mentioned? For the reimbursements, are those like Medi-Cal, Medicaid reimbursements or?
If we can let him finish, Trustee Medina, and then we'll get to the questions.
I appreciate the opportunity to address the board tonight. And the first time I've addressed the new board members, and I'm really happy to be here to see you. Well, as you know, we've spoken a lot about the importance of providing mental health supports in schools. And what we've been discovering is that when we hire a school-based therapist for a school, there's no real way that that school-based therapist can meet the needs. Because every time they're talking to one student, they're completely taken up. And there's just not enough minutes in the day to talk to one student and solve enough problems one-on-one. Wellness centers essentially systematize that support. And so that when students are going into the wellness center or when students are seeking help, not all of them need one-on-one time with a psychotherapist. Many of them may just need peer support. Many of them may need a quiet corner or an activity corner or something to that effect. So what we see is that because we have wellness centers, we can force multiply the clinicians. Another key aspect to the wellness centers is they have spaces in them for our community partners to be working. So the county behavioral health could be working in there. Also tonight, we're approving an MOU with the CAPE team from Sonoma County Behavioral Health. And that is exactly so that they can come into our sites and work within those locations. Community-based organizations that are using fundings that we don't have access to can also come and access and provide support. So it's a force multiplier, and the fee schedule through the Department of Healthcare Services and the CYBHI essentially allows us to have these wellness centers reimbursing for many of the services they provide there. Next year, we'll be using both the CYBHI capacity grant. There are line items for our wellness centers in that. The community schools implementation grant will help us do this in versions in the elementary schools if we're funded there. And we also have $69,500 per coach that we hire for next year as a way to bridge the funding before the fee schedule is completely up and running. It's going to take us some time because one of our next challenges for next year is going to be collecting medical insurance information from our population. And it's not just, to answer your question, Director Medina, it's not just Medicaid or Medi-Cal. It is any third-party payer, so Kaiser or Sutter or any third-party payer in the state of California is required to reimburse schools who provide this care or any school-linked care without affecting, and this is very important, I want to say this very clearly, without affecting the family's out-of-pocket expenses, co-pays, maximums, or any of their own fees. So that is the model of the California Children's Youth Behavioral Health Initiative's fee schedule.
That is so amazing. As someone who's worked with kids for a long time in that type of role, that is huge for our community. And it's also fantastic for our finances. So thank you so much for all of your work on that.
Thank you.
That's tonight's presentation. Since this is an action item, I'd like to open up to the board for any further questions they may have on this. Director Medina, are you satisfied on your question? Director Kest?
So just when we're confirming the CYHBI, almost there, process, we're in phase 2 and phase 1 was just LA for that, correctly, I believe.
So we have been accepted into what's called the second cohort 2 of the fee schedule. There were about 40 LEAs throughout the state that were in cohort 1. I think there's 80 or 90 LEAs that are in cohort 2. And that allows us to start billing earlier than all of the other school districts in the state. It's a new program and there's been a ton of delays from the state, but we are our partners at the Department of Healthcare Services tell us that we are ahead of most of the districts that they're working with. And our partner that we've contracted with has kind of shifted their priorities around to make it possible for us to start receiving reimbursements earlier.
And is this position the only position that we needed to have additional changes or adjustments to be able to meet that funding?
So there are a variety of different existing positions within our current structure that can actively be a part of the CYBHI fee reimbursement. Our school-based therapists are already set up the way that they operate, and the new student tracking system called TAD Health, which was approved last month, and our team is being trained on. So the infrastructure exists, the staffing exists. We can grow our ability to file for reimbursements because there are some other existing positions in our district. We have not gone to some of the other existing positions to get them on board and online in doing that, but that is some of our future work. This would be a third position within our district. And if approved, there is a wellness coach 2, which is an additional step in this process. We began with the wellness coach 1 because this position may be an opportunity for some of the high quality staff who are currently being impacted either through reductions in force or particular kinds of service to be able to have another option to continue providing the incredible support for our community that they're doing, but to be able to do so in a model where they can have that sustainable funding.
Excellent, thank you. And that funding is going to be dependent, similar to the big effort we did over the last few years to get people to respond to unduplicated headcount. That funding is going to be predicated on us needing to have a similar effort from our parents to actually submit their insurance information. And so I just think as we're preparing to do conversations about those types of voluntary things, this type of position is really important. And the funding for it is going to be from us as parents having to take action to actually get that information into the school district. So thank you.
Correct. Yes.
Trustee Kirby?
I'm just looking at this, so it says the centers are going to be in our high school sites. We're going to have various models of high school sites, some 712, some not. Is there any difference in the way those sites will be set up at the differing models? And is there any limitation on them being able to serve the 7th and 8th graders that are on those campuses?
So one of the advantages to the program that it's kind of that unintended byproduct of moving to a 712 is that right now our wellness centers are designed to be at the campuses that are historically only 912, but the wellness center will serve all of the students on that campus, whether they are 712 or 912. So this will actually be an opportunity for us to be able to extend access to the wellness centers all the way down to 7th grade on both the east and the west side of town. So that is one advantage. It's also important to remember that there will be this additional model if, pending the outcome of our community schools implementation grants, because we did apply for a number of them this spring. We will be hearing in the May, but it's important to know that those will create not a wellness center, but a family resource center. And wellness coaches can assist with the staffing there to bring that support all the way down to our elementaries that qualify for the grant. Fingers crossed.
Dr. Medina?
Thank you. Okay, going back to, well, first off, so you said they're grant funded positions, right?
We have 3 different active grants right now that are assisting with this. The CYBHI capacity grant only goes through June of 2026, but does allow us as a line item to assist with the hiring of these coaches. The Certified Wellness Coach Employer Support Grant, the one that provides about approximately $70,000 per staff member. That funding lasts all the way through June of 2027. The goal for these short-term grants, one for one additional year, one for 2 years, is to allow us the kind of the funding offset until we are up and running with our CYBHI reimbursements that will then take over. So
That's the-
transitioning from that help to a more sustainable model.
So that's the next question. Is that the idea that they would become self-sustaining? Sounds like yes. I'm wondering about the billing component. Is there some special position that's responsible for this that we need to create, or is
I'm going to let Director Lafshi, but I do want to make sure that we recognize that at the outset of this, I don't think that any of us should be so ambitious to say that the CYBHI is going to allow us to 100% offset these positions. It is going to be able to support the positions, and we hope to eventually be at a place where it's, paying for most of them. But I don't think that any of us are prepared to say that in a first year, we would, be earning enough to completely fund the positions.
Specifically because of that concern you were bringing up, Director Caston, about the amount of students that we have medical insurance information from. That over time will increase. And so if we have 20% of the population's insurance information, we'll only receive 20% of the reimbursement. And so our campaign is going to be a multi-year campaign to collect that information. And it's going to require a lot of steps. And so the second part of your question.
That might be needed
Medical
in order
billing.
to get us up and running.
Yeah, so we've contracted with TAD Health in order to do most of our billing. And I've pretty much put this whole thing from its beginning to the service level, so the billing to service in my workflow, so that we have one person that can understand the whole process. The way the state has created the program was to reduce the barriers. So with LEA BOP, that is a cost negotiated resettlement program that requires a ton of back office people to be doing a ton of compliance. This is completely different. It is if you provide the service, you get reimbursed in 30 to 45 days is the terms for payment. And the auditing requirements are significantly less than the LEA BOP. I mean, it's a completely different type of program than we're used to. And specifically, it was created to reduce those barriers so that LEAs throughout the entire state would be able to sustainably fund mental health services for children in the state of California. So I don't think it's going to require a ton. Yeah, so I could get super wonky, and I don't want to do that tonight with all of the policy stuff, because it's been pretty much the last 2 years of my life learning about this program. And I think we can do it, again, if we can get the community to share with us their medical insurance information.
I guess the next question is revenue generated from this, does it then become restricted funding?
No.
Or it's
I want to say this very clearly. It comes in as local revenue.
okay. And then I'm curious, is there any possibility or anything written that we could enter some sort of agreement with DHCS to get information for our students and their families that are actively on Medicaid? Do already have that information in place?
DHCS is looking at reducing that step for us because they already have that information on those students. And there's a lot of talk that's going on about that in the state webinars that I go to. One of the, so it is something that is being discussed.
And so this is part of that community school model. And I'm wondering, are services ultimately just limited to our students, or is it something that maybe our families can access if needed? Or
it's a children's youth behavioral health initiative, so it's 21 and under, or I think it's 21
20?
under. Yes.
it is important to know that the centers will offer opportunities for community-based organizations to come in that might be providing.
Yeah, the other thing that's amazing about this is it's called school linked services. And so I've been working specifically with TLC because they have been really, really good at understanding what this means. If they come to our school and are working with us and are designated as one of our providers, they can also access the fee schedule for the services they provide. It doesn't have to be exclusively our own staff. Again, how can we expand the services we provide the students on our campuses without having to expand the footprint of our school-based mental health, our school-employed mental health professionals? How do we leverage the mental health professionals in the community that already exists so that we don't have to do it alone? Because we've been trying to do that, and it's really, really hard.
And my other question is related to, I think, something you mentioned about, I think it was related to some of the proposed RIFs of positions that might be able to then come into this. Is it positions outside the school-based therapists? that you're
Yes,
talking about?
so the wellness coach one position requires that the staff member has an AA. The original description was an AA in specific areas, but they are proposing some revisions to that we will have to bring to CSEA. And that they would have, in addition to their AA, they would have a number of field hours to demonstrate experience working with students in a setting like a school setting. So many of our positions that currently exist, the work that the employees have been doing in their other positions would qualify as that workforce pathway to becoming a certified wellness coach. Once we adopt the wellness coach 2, the additional layer is that the employees would, as the entry, have to have a bachelor's, either a bachelor's of arts or science in some specific areas, plus field work, again, that can be earned from the schools, which could be a pipeline to earning a PPS credential.
So just final, so this position could be refunded by medical insurance, like the services that they provide.
The services that they provide, if documented correctly, would then be submitted and would earn fee reimbursement.
And
Yes,
you also said the school-based therapist ones could be as well.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
So thank you very much for the presentation. Essentially, we were being presented with a new job title and an MOU to approve tonight. It's a little tough to be looking through as we're facing so many rifts of other essential positions for mental health for our students that we need to consider rifts for and put notice on. Not that they're being laid off tonight, but they're being noticed. So also, we've heard from our employees and staff that we have had job title position changes over time from like a student advisor, student safety advisor, and now we're talking about wellness coach. So I need us to look into what the advantages of this are and how we can communicate with current staff through RIFs if this might be a fit and an opportunity for them to provide students with familiar faces and people they do know and have been working with as we go through this process.
I think that when you look at the job description and you look at the types of duties that they are doing, you will see that they are frequently in alignment with those tier 1 and tier 2 services that might align with restorative practices, that might align with the student engagement angle of student engagement activity workers. If these staff also meet the other criteria, the advantage of transitioning from those former positions to this one is that those former positions cannot apply for CYBHI reimbursement, and these positions can. So by developing these positions, we are increasing our fiscal stabilization and sustainability.
I also, the little hairs on the back of my neck always stand up whenever I hear the words contracting with. Is that at a cost with TAD Health, or can we talk to that a little bit, please?
In the first 2 years, of our contract with them, we've been given funding that was specifically required to develop funding through the capacity grant. We got about $840,000. Of that, $140,000 was approved last month. And after that, it will only be 10% of the revenue we generate. So it's not a out of pocket expense. It's a portion of the fees that are generated by the school district staff working, providing services to students.
And since it has been brought up that we will have so many variety of high school models available, and this is ultimately child health, will there be an opportunity to have some version of this on our comprehensive 7th, 8th middle schools that are remaining, or our middle school students at our charter programs?
These services will be available to any of our students. And I believe we'll sustain staff to provide those services or sustain other organizations to provide those services throughout the entire district.
Director Medina?
I'd like to move to approve CSEA Chapter 75, 24-25, number 6 MOU, and the job description for the wellness technician classification.
Second.
We have a motion and a second, or any other discussion on this? Melanie, roll call vote, please.
Student Board Member Zuniga,
Aye.
Trustee Medina,
Aye.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
Trustee Kirby,
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
Clerk De La Torre.
Aye. All right, thank you guys very much for your presentation. Next up, we have number F5, an action item on the resolution number 202425-29, reduction of discontinuance of certain particular kinds of services for the 2025-26 school year. And Dr. Morales?
Yes, as the rest of the team joins the conversation at the table, I just wanted us to remember that we shared today via Parent Square document that explains that our attempt to explaining clearly the two big steps that the education code requires us in terms of noticing employees. I know that this difference is really different from private employers in the community or private employers that some of us might have worked with. In education, as with a lot of the things that we deal with, it is complicated and technical. So I also wanted to again remember that even with all of these preliminary notices, these are fewer than if the board hadn't made a decision on Friday. And so I also want to make sure that this final decision is a final step that will really allow us to create the transition plans as well as finalize the fiscal stabilization plan that the business department needs to be together to present to SCO by March 15th. Thank you. Team?
Okay, thank you. So the next item that I will be presenting is the resolution for reduction or discontinuance of certain particular kinds of services. And that resolution refers to certificated positions. Since the 2021 school year, the district has been able to use one-time funding to maintain our level of staffing. And each year since 2021, we've had one-time funds that have been infused to the district that has allowed us to keep this staffing. But we've come to the end of that revenue source, and we do need to start right-sizing the district. As Dr. Morales pointed out, these are preliminary notices, and they have to be served by March 15th. That does not mean that all of the people affected by these notices are going to be laid off. More than likely due to attrition and due to having better enrollment projections and knowing our staffing needs based on course requests, et cetera, we will be able to pull back some of these notices. But the way that the law works, we're not allowed to do it in the opposite direction. So if after March 15th, we realize that we are overstaffed, we are not able to then give out notices. Hence why we have to over notify at this point and then pull back from there as we start to see the numbers materialize of the students that we have in the district, of the grade level needs, of the specific credentialing needs that we have. So what you have here in front of you is a resolution to reduce 165.8 FTE of certificated staffing. This includes site staff, teachers, administrators, district staff, including TOSAs, EL specialists, and district administration.
Trustee Medina?
Thank you. I think the big one that stands out on this is the counselors, and I believe we have contractually negotiated ratios. I believe it's 400 to 1, right? And that's for all types of counselors, or could you go into that a little and maybe about assuming our current student population, what we would need? And is this 22 all counselors we have, or is this 22 of a certain number?
It is 22 of the number of counselors that we have. I would need to go back to my notes to see how many we have. We do have counselor ratios, and the counselor ratios are 400 to 1 for what we call academic counselors. And so those are the counselors that at the high school and middle school level are programming kids, are providing supports. They're our base. And so this number is based on taking our entire student population and dividing by 400. What you're seeing with those 22 counselors is, in addition to our academic counselors, we have MTSS counselors, multi-tiered systems of support, and we have college and career counselors. Those counselors are not included in the calculation because they are funded by LCAP funding. And because our LCAP has not been written and approved, we have to notice the counselors just in case that does not end up in the LCAP. So the counselors that you're seeing, these 22, the majority of which are due to the MTSS counselors and the college and career counselors, as well as a little bit of downsizing, because in the past, we did not use the 400 to 1 ratio for the elementary school. We assigned a counselor to every elementary school. So now we are right sizing for elementary, and we'll be splitting counselors amongst elementary schools if they don't meet the cap of needing a full counselor.
And are sites able to, let's say, if they choose to fund an additional counselor under SIPSA, is that something that would still be possible or not?
That was weird. Okay, through the, what we're identifying that Dr. Zian's talked about is the base, determining, okay, what's the minimum? And then anything above that is added, whether that's done right now is through the site, through their SIPSA. However, in order for us to really be efficient with how we are providing services and making sure that there's equity there based on unduplicated pupil count or other services, we're looking at how the funding is directly given to school sites, and whether through all of the conversations, it's been about determining the staffing actually from the district. And then, okay, if you have, when you think of the way that we do for, say, sorry, I'm trying to think of the example that came earlier in the year around November, December, around staffing ratios at school sites, where it was, okay, here's the base, And then once you hit depending on enrollment or the number of unduplicated pupil counts, and there are additional positions that can be added. That's all part of that comes forward after we determine what our base is, so that we can come back and say, okay, and here are the options for adding staff based on pupil counts, based on unduplicated counts, based on funds available to provide those extra services like title funds, LCAP supplemental, all of those things.
And the other question I have is around CTE high school teachers. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I was told that in terms of the prioritizing who goes and who doesn't, CTE certification is not one of the categories that's looked at. And so I'm wondering how this may impact CT programs that we have, because CTE teachers or certified CTE teachers are hard to come by.
So again, in the calculations, what you're seeing is an overall number for the district. So the numbers were calculated based on grade bands. So based on elementary school, based on middle school, based on high school. So when you see a number such as, let me see what the CTE number is on here. 1.6, 5.6. So 5.6 is not 5.6 from one particular school site. It may be 0.2 from one school site because maybe there's 20 less kids that want to take auto shop.
Well, I guess more of a clear question is, are there plans to cut specific CTE programs?
At this time, we don't have any plans to cut any CTE programs.
And then the final question also goes around the BAPA teachers. I wasn't clear. Like I saw there's like band on there. Does that band also qualify as like the mariachi, for example, like Maria and Elsie? Is it just? I guess the idea, like, are we cutting visual and performing arts, or what's the idea there?
So again, so we have some visual and performing arts classes that are funded by Prop 28. So that's not out of the general fund. And then we have our classes that are funded through the general fund. And again, the way that it's calculated is based on how many students district-wide have chosen band as their elective. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that once kids are assigned to their specific schools and once we have all the course requests from our incoming ninth graders and incoming seventh graders, that number wouldn't change. But based on the number of course requests that we have right now and using straight algebra, that is the number that we come up with. And again, I want to reiterate that these are preliminary notices. And as the numbers become more clear, a lot of the notices will be called back just due to better accounting of what our students are asking for.
So just be clear, it's based on the classes that our students choose to enroll in will determine which positions we can for like these elective courses.
Yes.
Thank you.
Trustee Jenkins.
A follow-up question to that exact point. This is a lot of cuts, well, preliminary, whatever we're calling them. It's a lot for the community. That being said, in addition to kids signing up for electives, what exactly can the community do to make sure that their voices are heard within this stuff? Should they be advocating directly to us? Should they be getting super involved at their sites? Should they be just staying involved at the level that they've been in the last couple months? Like, what would you, what's the best way for the community to support the decisions that are being made?
So we would highly encourage that, yes, we want a lot of parent involvement. We want to hear voices. One of the venues that we provide for that is related, their school site councils and that. But when we do our LCAP, our parent information and input meetings, those are incredibly important, especially as we're looking at determining what's our base and then what extras are important for us to be including and providing at sites. And just a caveat and a reminder that as we are restructuring programs in schools, it is about focusing our resources to maybe have deeper pathways in particular areas at schools rather than duplicating the same CTE programs or whatever those are across each of our high schools. So it is about making sure that we are as efficient with our resources as possible while still providing choice for students. So it doesn't mean that there still wouldn't be options. It's just not as deep of a pathway at every single school.
And I know those LCAPs are probably coming up pretty hot. Do we know, I forget what time of year do they happen? Soon, right? Now.
Yeah, they
LCAPs
start
now.
Yes, that's normally what we're doing this month.
Okay.
It would have already started. But.
Yes.
Well, we got to know you guys so well at the last LCAPs. I feel
Right.
like, I think I went to 4. My additional question is, can you just speak a little bit more to the process of when, we get our base and then we talk about bringing people back? Does that come back to us for final things, or can you just speak to that process a little bit more as a newbie up here?
Yes, so the way that the process works is once we've brought this to the board on March 15th and you approve the resolution, as the numbers start materializing and we start pulling things back, there's no need for the board to vote on that. We just need to provide by May 15th final notices to those teachers that or any staff that will not be returning. And last year, and this may happen again this year, is even beyond that May 15th deadline. We can notice somebody with a final notice, and if a position becomes available, they do have a right to return based on seniority. So we don't then go and post the positions. We offer them back in the order of reverse seniority.
So to clarify, the final notices, if somebody is being laid off officially, that comes back, but not the not the rescission of the pulling back of notices. So only the finalization of which positions that are actually eliminated, that does come back to the board. And also the other piece where you have that is when we're bringing the LCAP forward, when we're looking at all of those other things, those positions or programs are included in there in other ways.
Trustee Caston.
I assume we have cards on this one, so questions first, then comments after public. No, I have questions, but I'm just confirming we have. Okay. So can you clarify more on the Prop 28 funds and why that may or may not apply to certain historically beloved art programs at all the campuses?
So Prop 28 can only be used to fund new things, so not things that are already in existence. And aside from if it was a class that was created this year and we used Prop 28 funds, it was in the site's Prop 28 plan, because remember, Prop 28 is decided by the site. It's actually not decided by the district. It's a collaboration. That is, excuse me, those can be covered with Prop 28, but not anything that was in existence prior to that. You can also do supplemental things, so things during the summer or after school. 80% of the Prop 28 has to be spent on staff. So that can be the tricky part when there's enrichment that sites want to offer. That can be difficult to do when they want to bring in contracted services like a docent or something like that.
And for the ratios we're looking at, the ratios I've seen in past meetings were very generic, like 1 to 33 or 1 to 37 based on a grade level. A lot of our CTE programs, our special programs that we're looking to theme and lean into, may have different ratios that work best for that style of education or for that program. How are those being taken into consideration as you're looking at bringing back positions between now and May?
Well, there are some things that are in the contract that are specific to types of classrooms for safety related to CTE or labs or things like that. So there are some other ratios that while yes, there's a 33 for classrooms, there are additional ratios that we may need to adjust accordingly. So for specific, especially for some CTE classes, there are some specific safety ratios related to that.
I'm really looking at academic or course effectiveness ratios, which may not be represented in the contract, but would be represented in the understanding of when, at what point we're going to offer that class, even if it's not at a contract related ratio.
So I will defer to Dr. Castro from a program side, but I will say that a difference in ratio could be something that is addressed through LCAP as something above the base.
Okay.
Can you clarify what the question is about course effectiveness, you said?
The efficacy of many of our special programs comes from them not necessarily being within a specific generic ratio for a class grade level, but because of how it's taught. So I'm thinking of some of our dance programs, some of our CTE manufacturing programs, where it gets under 37 or 33 with the ratios I'm seeing for the 9-12 range. And so I'm just wondering to what extent we'd be restoring those special programs that we're intending on theming and drawing kids to our campuses through continuing to have, while not diluting the impact of those programs by going above kind of their historic student ratio point.
Use effectiveness to use a collective bargaining agreement for that, right? Yeah.
So I think I'm understanding your question and I'll go back to these numbers. These numbers, again, it's preliminary.
Right.
And oftentimes when we're trying to build a program, we will allow the class maximum to be smaller. We'll let a class run at 15 instead of 30. That is a decision. It's a fiscal decision that we need to make. Like Lisa was saying, it could be money that is put back into those classes through the LCAP. With CTE, it could be money that is from the CTE grant. So there are opportunities where, especially when we're trying to grow a program, where we may keep it at a lower class minimum. Also, for safety reasons, there are times where maybe a number might need to be around, let's say 20 or 25, just based on the size of the room or the size of the class. Typically that ends up balancing out where other classes are a little bit higher because they can accommodate that and they work in that way, in order that some other classes are a little bit smaller. So even at a site level, it's an overall average of the sections that you're given, particularly for a secondary school, and how you choose to use those sections.
Thank you. And just to confirm this action, our next action, these are not in addition to our consolidation cuts, but this is the implementation of our consolidation changes last week in addition to the fiscal stabilization plan.
That is correct, because when the board took action for a site closure, that's for the physical plant.
Right.
This is the actual staffing that goes with that. So that's why you'll see an overrepresentation from the sites that were officially listed as closure, because of the way that we have to do reductions and layoffs, and Vicki can speak to that in more detail if needed. But yes, this is inclusive of the fiscal stabilization plan of the school closures and the additional to now be able to determine what that programming looks like to bring back.
And So one of the big elements that we have not talked about directly over the last few weeks is the program's not housed at any specific campus. And the way it's being talked about in the community, I think there's two aspects to this. I think there is what we think of as the district office, where the administrators and managers are, and then there's also the district office where there are those services that are deployed throughout the district. Can you walk through how these cuts are impacting the broader concept of the district office from a services perspective? And then I'd like to get into some specific questions on the management part of that.
So I'm going to defer for some of these to some of my colleagues here. Particularly, I'll start with the EL specialists and the EL TOSA. And again, right now we're talking only about certificated. So this will look different on the classified side. But if Dr. Castro, if you'd like to address the EL TOSAs and the EL specialist.
Oh, so yeah, last year we had somewhere in the neighborhood of, I think it was 10 total EL TOSAs and EL specialists, and we lost about half of them. And with this, we've lost the rest. So we won't have any more EL TOSAs or specialists to support the classrooms. And to answer your question, and I appreciate exploring this way, Educational Services oversees all of these individuals. So we have, our losses are going to include the classified staff, and it's a loss to our division of the FEFs, the counselors, all of this, the EL specialists, the TOSAs, and the administrators, of which we have fewer than 10. We're going to be losing 3 of those at the very least. I think it's actually 4. So those TOSAs then, at this point, we don't have a replacement for them. So we're just going to be left with a multilingual services director at this point.
And I'm going to ask the same question on the next item so we can get into the classified. But for this item, what does that mean on the school sites? Because my understanding is also last year we lost reading assistants that were not associated with the EL TOSA. So how does this play out on the school site with the district office not having this team to deploy?
Well, it makes the model that we have, I was already working on shifting it towards building capacity in the classroom, because the intention is always to build capacity so that when in situations like this, where you do lose the resources, that capacity is built up, and the idea is that the teachers and the sites have the capacity, so you don't actually need that ongoing individual. And you also don't want to have individuals having students being pulled from the classroom on a regular basis, both for intervention and because oftentimes you have difficulty with primary language support, for example. Our instructional support model moving forward is going to have to be somehow figuring out how to continue to build that instructional support, that delivery model, somehow pushing into the classrooms. And I mentioned in the last board meeting some ideas that I have, but continuing to build the capacity in the classroom and finding other ways to provide primary language support. Haven't quite figured that out yet because of the straits that we're in right now. But we do have to shift away in general from adding people to the solution of supporting our students, just adding people to the school sites and to the central office, right? That's just going to have to be it in long term. Right now, we're still not quite there. A couple of years more, I think we have to continue to support the teachers and the sites by building up capacity, both with respect to professional development, instructional practices, and because we have an issue in Santa Rosa City Schools, just quite frankly, with primary language support.
So moving to the district admin and funding, our total number of current district administration positions, I believe, is roughly 38 and a half.
35 and a half.
35 and a half. And of those, how many are funded through restricted funding? And what does restricted funding mean?
So I can tell you that currently 17.8 of the 35.5 are funded from restricted funding. Restricted funding can be a variety of sources. It can be title funding such as Title I or Title III. It can be some of our maintenance and our business people are funded by a restricted fund that I really will defer to Lisa to tell you what it's called.
We also have the A through G grant and Educator Effectiveness Fund is something that we've really been able to fall back on in educational services in times like these.
And ELOP, so the director of the extended learning is funded directly from that grant, and it's actually a required position by the grant.
So, I mean, if you want to tell me the name of the fund, but that'd be great.
Well, technically, when we're talking about maintenance and all of business, that's going to be on the classified side
Right.
because we're all classified administrators. But when we have those restricted funds, there's also indirect, which means that there's an overhead cost. And that's also part of what supports the actual operations of the district. So that's, it's nuanced and there's more to it than just a straight restricted, but really the rule is if it's restricted, that means that it has a lot of strings attached and there's reporting compliance pieces that go with it that require administration that while the intention in those is typically to be able to provide support and additional processes and services to sites.
So with those restricted funds, our responsibility as a district is to make sure that these positions funded by those restricted funds operate well because the positions are required under those funds, or we've chosen to use those funds for these positions because we believe that's the best way to meet the need of why we receive those funds.
It's a combination. So some grants or restricted funds require specific types of positions. Some it's written into the grant in a particular way because we have to come up with a plan of how are we going when we are applying for a grant, we have to say how it's going to operate, how we're going to support it and ensure consistency and implementation district-wide or in the way that it's proposed. So usually there are specific positions called out in there and those depending on the grant and the dollar amount will run anywhere from, and it may be an administrator, it may be specific clerical support, it may be teachers or classified staff. It's a variety of things that's really dependent on the funding source.
Going to the non-restricted funded positions in the admin budget. So if we have 35.5 positions total and 17.8 are restricted, I'm like, it's giving me 17.7 that are unrestricted. And is that before or after this action?
So that would be after this action is 35.5. Before this action, it would be 38.5. Your original number was correct. So 40.5, 3 certificated and 2 classified managers. So it was 40.5 prior to today's actions and will be 35.5 after today's actions.
Okay, and then for this specific action, not or classified one, that would be roughly 15 to 16% reduction in the total number of positions. And I believe it was 660,000 for this action in administrative for the 3 positions.
I believe you're correct. I don't have that number with me right now.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Meant to email you ahead of time. So I just wanted, because I think we need to be really clear with the public why each of these 17.7 positions is necessary going forward. And for the sake of being clear, obviously each of you and our superintendent, can we walk through some of the significant changes? I know that there's been some collapsing of sub-departments and things like that. Can we walk through each of these positions and how we see them functioning in the district and why they're required?
Yes, and if you'll allow me to share my screen, then I can show you a little chart.
Yep, we're probably in the same chart.
While Dr. Zan's pulling that up, Dr. Castro, can you just, before we get too far down this, you had mentioned losing all of the EL TOSAs through this riff of notices, and that there should be a plan for us at capacity further, but we're not quite at that plan yet. So can you speak to what we're doing in interim? Because we're taking people away where students still need them, and we're not quite ready to do that yet from what it sounds
Yeah,
like.
so I mean, I have a plan where I'd like to create a position using restricted funds to buy back a couple of teacher to be able to support them. Yeah, perhaps a couple of months down the road, use some restricted funding Title III, which can't be used for anything else. It means giving up like some other items, like some parenting classes or something else, but we can restructure and create a position for elementary and a position for secondary to be able to at least identify a couple of individuals to support some of our teachers in the classroom. That's the idea I have right now.
Thank you. And it's very important for the community here. So I appreciate you sharing with that aspect.
I'll ask another question regarding CTE as well as, are we calling it VAPA? VAPA, however we pronounce that word? Yes. Well, I understand we're talking about people in this is for community involvement. Can the community raise funds to push in to not people, but stuff that is needed in
Absolutely. We welcome that. All donations do come to the board for acceptance, and we send out tax deduction letters thanking, all donors for those. So yes, it's typically easier for a donation that's made to SRCS or to a school site for a particular program, and for that site to then say, yes, here's what we're going to buy with this, versus actual stuff, because stuff, then we have to find a place for it, and there's, it may or may not be compatible. So yes, with the caveat that we want to make sure that it's the stuff that's actually most useful for the specific program needs.
That makes sense. I could see that being really beneficial and all of the things that I find to be extremely important, such as CTE, academics, as well as the arts. Thank you.
Yes. And those donations can be considered locally restricted funds.
And I don't know if I said academics, but I meant to say athletics. The A words. I
For
don't know. what I said,
for
but it's
any
supposed to be
purpose,
athletics.
yes.
Thank you.
Maybe make it a little bigger. You want to drive my screen? I'll let you share what you want.
Okay, so Lisa's going to drive. So to Trustee Caston's question, there are funds at the district office. There are positions at the district office that are restricted and those that are not. And so what you're seeing on the screen right now, if we start at the top, the superintendent's department is just the superintendent and the PIO.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, as far as admin. Sorry. Yes.
And then for the assistant superintendent of human resources, nope, go up. There you go. Yeah. That department consists of myself and two directors, one for classified staffing and one for certificated staffing, who are responsible for all of our reporting, for all of our investigations, for making sure that, teachers are properly credentialed to teach the classes that they're teaching. So there's quite a bit of work. They are responsible for benefits. They're responsible for anything having to do with leave of absences, et cetera. So there's quite a bit of administrative work there. So, and then we have the Associate Superintendent of Business Services, Ms. August, and in her department, she has herself. And those that are not restricted funding are the Executive Director of Fiscal Services, better known as Joel Dantos. That was And that's, Executive Director of Technology, and then the Executive Director of Data and Assessment, are the positions in that department that are administrative, certificated administrative, and not restricted funding.
And for the certificated, and are any of these certificated, or is this best to ask on the next item?
Yeah, those are, so for anything that's in business services is classified. So really that should be in the.
So
the
if we can have
certificated
this
piece.
ready to bring back up
Yeah.
on the next item.
Yeah.
But I think we do need to talk about it all at once so everyone sees the
Yeah.
17 positions. Thank you.
So in Ed Services, there is the assistant superintendent, and then 2 executive directors will be remaining. We currently have 2 executive directors and 2 directors. Both of the director positions have been eliminated. And then we have what you'll see as coordinator of title funding and director of title funding. We have the multilingual services department, which is in charge of helping our English language learners. And we have state and federal programs, which is a different department currently that has its own coordinator. All of those deal with title programs. So we have folded state and federal programs into multilingual services and eliminated the coordinator of state and federal programs. And the coordinator and director that are left will take on all of our responsibilities in terms of federal program monitoring and making sure that we're adhering to all laws, state and federal, that have to do with funding that we receive for our unduplicated students.
And for the director of CT, it's listed as an unrestricted, but my understanding is that we use that position as matching funds for our CT grants. Can you explain how that works, and would we gain or lose revenue were that position not to be present?
We would lose revenue for that one. Specifically, she applies for all of those CTE grants along with others. And typically, and depending on the grant, it's usually a 2-to-1 match. So for every dollar that we spend, we have to spend $2 in matching funds. And so it's made up of all the things that we can find that are in support or coordination with career technology education. So when the director is applying for those grants, she works really closely with our budget department to say, okay, how much can I ask for based on what our funding is, or what we're funding in our budget, because that really controls what we have available for those CTE funds. And again, CTE funds are typically given to develop a program. It is not given to sustain a program in perpetuity. So whenever we're going for new funds, we also have to determine how are we going to support that? How is it going to be incorporated into our ongoing schedules?
And this position is responsible for doing that.
Yes, absolutely. And working between that and the coordinator, working with partners to create those pathways and the opportunities that are required as part of those grant requirements.
And returning to the coordinator and director of title funding with the collapsed programs, can you explain how many titles we receive funding for and what the compliance is that they're managing?
Yeah, and I don't know if that's the best way to explain it, because that position is actually required to have. So only in name are we doing that, but they oversee Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV. That those bring in millions of dollars to our district and require a tremendous amount of oversight and regular reporting throughout the year. In terms of how much it actually brings into our district, I would my guess is somewhere in the neighborhood, probably $10 million. Right off the top of my head, I think. But
yeah, our funding is around 3% of our budget is federal funding related to titles and that.
Yeah, but because of the fact that it's so closely tied to programs like migrant education, Indian education, English learner services, one of the ideas that a lot of districts use is they combine that work because the knowledge base that that individual has oftentimes is shared by individuals that have worked with programs like English learner services. So I think my idea is that I can find somebody that can be able to, marry those skill sets.
And is the work for that compliance, is it necessary for a director and a coordinator position to do it, or could a analyst or a different position be able to do it?
It's highly technical, and you'd have to most likely have had, no, you have to have had some sort of schooling experience, principal experience on a school site.
I believe the special ed section is all restricted. Is that?
Yes, positions we currently have is executive director, coordinator, 6.7 program managers. 0.2 of that runs the DHH program, which is funded by the SELPA. Well, that's a restricted fund. Yeah, and as I said, 6.5, the 0.5 is a program manager principal for our preschool program. And our program managers manage what is next year. I just did a count, approximately 64 special program classes in addition to the approximately 3,000 students on IEPs in the district in terms of compliance, funding, purchasing, supervision, et cetera, et cetera.
And if I can provide a little bit of clarification there, that the program managers are a required component. We have to have the services that they provide. This is one of the things that we're working on, whether those should be actually considered in restricted. The cost is the same to our general fund because we don't receive enough funding for special education. So it requires a contribution from our our unrestricted general fund. The cost is the same regardless. If we take those out of restricted and put them in unrestricted because they aren't providing direct services to students on a daily basis, it lowers our maintenance of effort that we have to increase that by. So that is actually something that you will see a change in. Those will be unrestricted rather than restricted, but it's still a requirement of that restricted programming. So I think that we need to clarify that on here.
And that was going to be one of my questions because we only receive about 57, soon to be more like 53% contribution. So these fund positions are currently, we're funding them entirely with those restricted funds, and the intent is to start funding them with some general fund, or?
This was one of the moves that we actually made this year. And so I think it hasn't been updated on there that the cost is the same, but we're shifting it to unrestricted to keep from increasing that cost that we have to meet in that maintenance of effort that we've talked about before.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I missed that.
And then wellness and engagement, it's a very nice title for very difficult work. And I think it's very important for us to understand what exactly happens and why we get to know you so well.
So the way I like to describe the work of wellness and engagement is when you think about the critical qualities and conditions of learning that lie outside of the area of curriculum or instruction, the social emotional health of our community, the mental health of our community, the relational health of our community. Those are the areas that fall under wellness and engagement. But we also have some legal mandates that our team addresses. We support, and I think about it as two ends of the spectrum. We support everything from high quality, positive attendance down to truancy. We look at positive behavior intervention systems and expulsion. And we look at positive relationships through restorative practices at all tiers, and mental health supports and integrated student services to help lift our community. Oftentimes it makes it easier to think of things that might get in the way of a student's success other than learning. That's where we are. So the learning side comes from the Department of Student Services with John Fisher and Special Education, the Quality First Instruction of Educational Services, and we are supporting that whole child with wellness and engagement. We are small but mighty.
For the director position, which is partially general fund, and for the coordinator position, which is general fund, is the work being done legally required and necessary work for our operations?
So it's important to first realize that of the 3 staff in this department, only one of them is a certificated, and that is the executive director. That's my position. My position is partially funded because part of what I do is the work and part of what I do is the training. That falls under Title II. So I am partially funded both under LCAP and Title II. When we look at the Director of Mental Health and Community Schools Development, you met him earlier tonight, Director Lofchi. His position is partially funded out of our LCAP and partially funded under some of the grants that we participate in. And many of the grants that we participate in are expecting demonstration of matching funds. And that's one of the goals is that through the CYBHI, more and more of the sustainability of that position would transition from being the obligation out of the general fund and more toward the fee reimbursement so that it's sustainable. The coordinator position is a classified management position. And some of the work that we do does fall under some of the mandatory. So when we look at the legal requirements of facilitating legally required timelines on discipline, that type of work, addressing the attendance compulsory education laws, that is the type of work that we do that falls under those mandatory areas.
My last question for certificated, this is broadly to everyone, is if we're at 17.7 positions unrestricted, and we have 35.5, including both restricted and unrestricted, I'm going to stop talking.
Yes, only because as we were looking through here on the classified, we are missing one classified administrator in business. So
You can clarify that when we get there
yeah,
to the next item.
I just wanted to make sure the numbers are.
But my
different
question
by
is
one.
there across our district with all of our schools, all of the transition that's happening with 712 and everything that we're addressing, is there anything in here you see that is not necessary for you to be executing what's being asked of you over the next 24 months?
I'll just speak for wellness and engagement. We already over the last year have cut 25% of the entire department. If we were to cut more of our department, we would not be able to complete the functions that we do.
I mean, I already feel like we're understaffed as it is, and especially with the transition that we're going through, we're going to be needing more staff to support the sites and the teachers through this transition. So absolutely not. Is my answer. Yeah.
And we'll get to certified after. So, all right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
So trustees, do we have any more questions before we move on? And just to remind you, we do have public comments that we'd like to hear on this. Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I just wanted to get clarification. Earlier, Lisa, you said something along the lines of Prop 28 funds are only to fund new programs, right? And I think you mentioned something about maybe focusing programs in schools so we could do things differently at different places. The concern is we're not planning on I would say taking away programs that already exist that are successful because they're not new. Is that Would that be accurate?
Yes, we're not planning to say, okay, I mean, if there were each class needs to be evaluated on its own as to whether it is the appropriate option for, based on the student enrollment and that it's not, okay, we're going to get rid of old things so we can do something new. That's not the intention. Each school site, remember Prop 28 funds are a site-based funding and they are site-based plans. So it's about what the site believes is best for their students.
I just wanted to get the clarity on that.
Yeah.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Kirby?
Actually, that leads into a good, one of my direct questions was, again, following up on Director Medina's comment, let's say we did want to get some more funding to continue a program. We talk about starting a new, quote unquote, new program. Is it as simple as, say, we were offering beginning guitar class and now we offer beginning guitar and mandolin class? Would that be considered a different program? Could it? I don't know how difficult it is or how much is involved in actually coming up with a new quote unquote program.
So the auditor, there's a California audit guide, which actually lays out what that process is. And our auditors are the ones who say, yes, we met compliance or no, we didn't. And so it would be dependent on what that audit guidance is. And unfortunately, I don't have that book memorized for you.
No, that's fair. I just want to know, is there a process for us to be able to perhaps tweak something like that to
There's
to
also,
comply?
and you also wait when these propositions and these come out, you wait a couple of years to see how they're actually auditing, to see how strictly they're actually checking on the supplanting issues. It's something you learn after a while on these. So we're waiting for, I think, a full cycle to go to see what we can, I don't know if the word is get away with, but yeah, be creative.
So
Yes.
and this was the first year that we were spending any Prop 28 funds. So in next year's audit, that's when they'll say whether we were compliant in this year or not.
What I've been told in previous districts around Prop 28 is they're looking for how the person is funded, because 80% of it is in staffing. It can't be a teacher that was teaching, let's say, music 1, and then you're going to offer another class of music 1 and try to pay it with Prop 28. You can't pay the same teacher from Prop 28 if you were paying them from general fund the previous year. So there is some tied to who the person is. It can be someone who was previously paid for similar or same position.
Yeah.
That's how I understand it.
Trustee Medina?
Yeah, I think with this specific issue, as we move forward, I don't know if there's specific requirements towards transparency on Prop 28 funds, but I think that we should definitely make sure we're transparent so we don't find ourselves in the situation LA Unified's in.
Yes, there's annual reporting required and it actually comes to the board.
Anything else, Trustee Kirby? Okay, so we also are going to be getting into classified, so it's going to be a lot of this. But as I listen to the line of questionings, and thank you for your presentation on this, I just want us to remind each other in this situation that as we are trying to find paths to be innovative and reimagine our opportunities in the classrooms, we are taking away the people that make those opportunities work. So how are we going to fix that going forward if we don't have the same people to provide those opportunities to our students and resources? So the thinking starts now. It doesn't start after the fact next year. It starts right now. And I know you guys have been tasked with a lot and working really hard to get to this point, but unfortunately, there's no time to catch our breath. The work continues very vibrantly. With that, we will move forward to public comment on this agenda item. And up first, I have Elizabeth Beth Mums, Jennifer Rodriguez, and Nicolo Adup, and you will have 2 minutes each. Excuse me? Beth had to leave? Okay, thank you. Jennifer Rodriguez, please.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Rodriguez, and I am a Santa Rosa City Schools nurse. Thank you, board, for your continued questions and making sure that you receive clarity before the impactful decisions you are being made to make. I stand here tonight knowing that our district right size staff cuts are not safe and definitely not prioritizing well-being. As a nurse, I advocate for both students and staff around safe staffing levels and programs. Notice that I speak of safety and not health. If our students and staff do not feel safe, then health issues impact our school's attendance, which is part of your ADA money. Cutting 22 counselors, 20 restorative specialists, family engagement program, and your nursing staff, just to name a few, is not safe or healthy for anyone. I leave you with this question. Who is really benefiting from this right sizing exactly?
Next up is Nicolo, and then Amanda Aaron and Caitlin Sheeb.
Good evening, board. My name is Nicolo Atup, and I'm one of the credentialed school nurses in the district. I have been here for 10 years now, and this is my first time in front of right here. This is my first time, so I'm nervous. School nurses have been behind the scenes, but are significant core members of this school district. Many don't know, but we are volunteers, organizers, collaborators, teachers, and support teams in the community. We have organized activities that open opportunities, celebrate our children and their families, especially those who were affected by the fires in 2017. Our school nurse team came out to do trainings, walkthroughs, and supported the school cohorts during the pandemic, even before the vaccines were distributed. With the help of our community partners, we took part in organizing free COVID vaccines and just recently hosted in Elsie Allen High School a free heart screening to the entire Sonoma County. School nurse team are pioneers, we are innovators, and has vast experiences. But we are also spread thin. Cutting even one of us will put this district in a safety and health crisis, and it will not solve the problem that you are dealing right now. It will just increase the burden. Thank you, everyone.
Amanda Aaron, Amanda, you available? Okay. Caitlin Sheeb or Scheib, apologize. Scheib, thank you.
Hi, my name is Caitlin Scheib, and I'm one of 6 specialists. Just to clarify, last year it was one of 6 specialists as well. And the year before that, I was one of 3 specialists, just to clarify the numbers of specialists. All right. I understand that we've been put in a place where cuts are necessary, but I cannot silently accept them, especially as the proposed certificated cuts will disproportionately affect multilingual learners and their families. I'm not going to just speak about one position being cut tonight because it takes a village. That being said, I cannot conceive of how less people will be able to make up for the extra supports needed by our multilingual learners. Who will ensure that our multilingual learners receive the quality education that is their civil right? Who will make sure that Tier 1 instructional interventions are provided in all of their classes? Who will make sure that their data is looked at on a regular basis, monthly as it is now? Who will ensure that all federal and state mandates are being followed by our schools and our classrooms? Are already overburdened principals, teachers, counselors, and other staff members? No. Our students, our families, and our schools deserve better than the uncertainties that these cuts will create. Thank you.
Next, we have Elisa Beamish and Veronica Cordero and Catherine Howe.
Good evening.
I support the academic and mental health needs of all students. I conduct suicide risk assessments. I help students apply for college, dual enrollment, and I write over 40 recommendation letters each year. I am a 504 case manager and run student study team meetings. I schedule all students into classes and ensure that they are on track in meeting graduation requirements. I help students learn to advocate for themselves. My name is Alyssa Beamish, and I am a school counselor at Maria Carrillo. This is just a small list of what we do as school counselors. Cutting positions that support mental health, especially school counseling positions during a time of critical need for mental health support for all students, is heartbreaking and would create a significant gap in services to students. Who will be serving the students during times of personal crisis and academic difficulties? Who will be ensuring their graduation status? Will that fall on already overburdened teachers, administrators, or other staff members? How does this district plan to support the emotional well-being of students without the proper mental health supports in place? We need all school counselors. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, members of the board. My name is Veronica Cordero, and I am a product of Maria Carrillo, class of 2009. In 2021, I came back to Maria Carrillo and the community that fostered my love for education and supporting students. I want to let you all know that I'm not a teacher or a therapist. I'm whoever students need me to be. Someone that colors with them during a hard day, someone who listens as they talk about their dog who passed away, someone to tell how they are scared of growing up, someone to confide in about how they wish mom and dad wouldn't fight, someone who simply knows their name, someone who knows where they are from, someone who offers them a snack when they are hungry, someone they can come to when they need a break, someone who loves Baby Yoda just as much as they do. I'm a school counselor. Thank you.
Hi, I'm actually going to read this on behalf of Beth Munns, who had to leave because her son was ill. So Beth Munns is a district school nurse for 15 years. I plead with you to keep all school nurse positions. We currently only have 8 district nurses for all school sites. We each oversee more than one site. We are understaffed. Even at a projected enrollment of 10,000 students, 8 school nurses are still considered understaffed according to the recommendations for the AAP and CDC. It is recommended that there is 1 school nurse per site or 750 students. School nurses are advocates of health, trained teachers, and staff on emergency response, such as overdoses. We play an integral part of managing care for students with chronic health conditions. We increase average daily attendance through case management and providing health services. Please do not take away a school nurse position. Healthy students learn better. Thank you.
Ophelia Reynoso.
My name is Ofelia Reynoso, and I'm currently a school counselor, or like the students know me, a la que le gusta el chisme. Today, you make a big decision, and I understand you have to make it because the district mismanaged money. What I'm asking from you today is to reflect all those positions on the list. Those are the people, staff that support one another to make our community better. Think about who made a difference in your education. Why is it that the people who are being cut are the first ones to be the ones to respond in a crisis? I'm also asking you to think of why is it that only 3 positions from the districts are on the line to being cut? Is that equitable? Why would you cut counselors but want SROs? What are we telling our students? That we should trust someone with a uniform instead of someone with a master's degree in counseling psychology? Para mi gente, no se queden callados, usen sus voces, porque al final nos necesitan ellos más a nosotros que nosotros a ellos. Thank you.
That concludes the public comments we have for agenda item F5. It now comes back to the board for further discussion or to entertain a motion.
I had a question. Just on the nurses, I heard somebody mention we have 8, but I think there was a mention of a 750-to-1 ratio. How with the reduction of 1, how are we aligned in terms of ratios, and why is a nurse on the list? Is it tied to like schools that are closing, or maybe any insight into that?
I can speak to it. So first off, when we had our special education study, there was a recommendation as to staffing ratio, which was in the neighborhood of 1 to 2,700. I surveyed neighboring districts and looked at their staffing, their nursing ratios per ADA. One neighboring district was 1 to 2,400. Ours was about 1 to 1,800, and we landed at 1 to 2,000, which is a decrease of 1. In addition to the 8 credentialed nurses, we also have 1 LVN. Part of it is certainly tied into the fewer school sites this coming year, and then in 2 years, fewer school sites. So that was how the calculation was done.
I think the only other thing that I'd like to say is para la que le gusta el chisme, yo prefiero los consejeros. That's all.
Trustee Kirby?
Yeah, I just had a quick comment. Obviously, these notices are very impactful on our teachers, our staff, our community. It's very difficult to leave people in limbo for basically 2.5 months, not knowing the outcome of what's going to happen to them down the road. Our teachers and staff, they own these programs. They're the reason that these classes are successful. And I know I've heard it from several of the other trustees, and I just want to make sure that the district hears us saying that. Well, let me back up. I got more than a few emails saying that they've seen this roller coaster ride over the years for a lot of the longer teachers. They're like, oh, you guys start these programs. I'll just use ArcQuest as an example, and then you put all this time and energy and money into it, and then it kind of slips down now, and then like, oh, we don't want specialized programs in our schools. We want the same thing across all the schools. And then now we're kind of shifting back in the other direction a little bit, what I'm hearing from some of my fellow trustees, as well as myself, I guess. And I just want there to be some, I can't call it board guidance because it's just me, but I just want you to know that we do want to reinvigorate these programs to, like I said, retain our students and make them want to go to school, not for the academic and enrichment programs that our schools provide. And it's going to take district and staff collaboration to make this work, as we go in the next 2.5 months, basically, to figure this out, how we're going to make these new models work. And we're going to have to work together to figure out, we're kind of making a strategic plan, forming that as we go. And in order for it to be successful, it's going to have to take all of us working together to make this happen. And I just want to make sure that, again, these CTE programs, the arts, the athletics, that we ensure that when we're bringing people back, that, not to forget all the other programs, but I want us to focus on making sure that these enrichment programs stay solid in our schools. That's all I want to say.
And just to speak to that and continue to hammer that point home is as we go through this process, there are legalities, there are notices that had to be provided. And we want nothing more that as we go through this process and put people in the right positions, that we're putting the right people in the right positions. We're putting people in the positions that are going to allow these programs to thrive and grow and make students want to be here, not just need to be here. So we need to continue to have that in the forefront of our thought processes as we're going through this. Any other trustees? Trustee Kesson?
So I've shared before that my wife's a special ed teacher and not currently working, helping support our youngest. But we went through many years of what we kind of called notice whiplash, where we were noticed. We would go through to the May. Honestly, it'd be June, July when she'd get called back, and we'd get called back every year. But we'd spend months trying to figure out what it meant. How are we going to get insurance? How are we going to cover those things? And so, noticing and over noticing to give us flexibility isn't the right way for us to manage. And coming through this process, whether we call it consolidation, right sizing, whatever it is, has to end in a place where this doesn't continue to be or become a long-term pattern of management. And so I recognize that we'll have the ratios, and every year there may be a few notices that need to happen because of catalog selections and things like that for some of the specialty programs. But when we're bringing positions back, we need to do it in a way where we're knowing that they're being funded off of our ADA and our enrollment projections and not one-time funds. Because having used one-time funds to continue to have long-term positions has put us in this place that has caused a lot of the need to have these decisions. I looked to Napa, where over 5 years they closed 3 schools and are now in a position where they still have some financial challenges, but they're able to manage it because they didn't use the one-time funds to delay structural change. So when we're looking at what is coming back, I really want to make sure that we're using recurring and predictable revenue. We have to make the decisions that we made last week work. And so a focus, even if it means treating some of these programs as new programs and allowing some things to go under a ratio on the 7 to 12 campuses, is going to be very necessary to help them establish the new cultures and to enable a connection, a seamless connection between the 7th and 8th graders, and enabling them to see the benefit of staying through on the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grades. And going to Director Kirby's point, that type of cultural through line within our special programs necessitates an emphasis on athletics, it necessitates an emphasis on the arts, it necessitates an emphasis on CTE, because those are the programs that create passion for students to want to be at and respect the campus community. And now they're going to be spending 6 years instead of 4 years on those campuses. It becomes even more important. If we don't get it right now, we're not going to gain the faith. The 7 to 12 model and the research that I looked at before we made our decisions has the ability to reduce dropout rates and has the ability to create better disciplinary and better overall safe cultures on campuses. But every single one of those studies said that what was more important than the grade structures was the efficacy of how we implement it. So my strong encouragement is that when these positions come back, we are treating the 712 campuses in a way where you can get programs started that enable that jump and that cultural connection. Freshman sports, so the 7th and 8th grade sports teams start to connect into it, adding flag football for both girls and boys at 7th and 8th grade so that they're able to connect into the football programs. All of those things, and I have a whole laundry list from everyone in the community about what they think 7 and 8 will work, but that has to be a focus for this year, because our ability to retain those students and to stop losing them to other districts that offer those things is at the core of whether or not 7 to 12 is going to work in our district and help us start to actually grow.
All right, with that being said, trustees, do we have a motion?
I'll move. Show me the right item here. Revised resolution 2024-25-9, resolution reduction or discontinuance, and wait for the reading of text.
I will second.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I think on the motion, I think just you know, I know with counselors, I know that we've got to stick to our contractual obligations, so we'll be good. Well, I think we'll keep a large portion, I hope. But English learners, that's something that I'm very concerned about. I think I just want to say that um, Dr. Castro, I know that this is something you have a lot of knowledge on, and I think I'm going to put a lot of trust in you to build something good, because I'm really worried. I think they're some of our most vulnerable students, and you know how we treat our most vulnerable students is I think a reflection of the district. So, but I will be voting in favor of the motion.
Melanie, please bring us to a roll call vote.
Student Board Member Zaninga.
No.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Clerk De La Torre.
Aye. All right, stay seated, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, F6, action resolution number 202425-44, reduction in classified workforce for the 2025-26 school year.
Okay, first, I'd like to say thank you. I know that was really difficult, and it's difficult for all of us sitting here as well. So with that, I am bringing forward to you a resolution for reduction in the classified workforce for the 25-26 school year. Again, the reason for a lot of this is the same. The use of one-time funds for funding positions. In addition, due to the school closures, there are certain specific positions that need to be eliminated because the school is closing. So for example, an elementary school office manager at a school that is closing would need to be eliminated, the position eliminated, the person not necessarily due to the fact that the school is closing. So some of the positions that you will see on here are positions that are closing specifically because those school sites are closing. And that is the classified staff that is attached to that school site. In other instances, we are reimagining some of our programs. I believe that Ms. Desideri has spoken to the restorative specialists and the way that we're restructuring that program. So there are some that you will see that are being reduced for that reason. Others because we will have less physical plant. So we will need less of some of our workers, for example, head custodians or maintenance technicians, grounds workers, because we'll have less area to take care of. So there's a lot of different reasons based on the specific position. So I'm willing to answer any questions that you have. But we are proposing that we reduce classified staffing across the district.
Trustee Jenkins?
This is kind of a combination question with the last one. But with all of this absolutely insane amount of reductions, can you guys speak to like a plan for caring for staff as far as caring for staff so that, within all of this uncertainty, and it just keeps going, but within the uncertainty to, and we spoke to this a little bit earlier too, but giving them the tools so that they can continue on with their job this year and regardless of what comes next, because there's so much uncertainty and, we really want to make sure that the staff are taken care of so that they can take care of the kids too, students. But is there can you guys speak at all to that and how we are supporting our staff in all of this?
So I'll speak to a portion of it, and I know that Dr. Morales has a number of things planned as the spring continues. Um, Regardless of which obstacle you are describing, whether it is the discussion of closure or the loss of individuals in our community, to individual crises that each of our individual humans as well as our institution have been facing. The work of being a secondary responder, we talk about first responders, but schools being that second responder. Our community, even in perfect times, faces challenges of vicarious trauma and just the emotional toll of being there for each other as well as being there for our students. That's why you approved at the beginning of this school year, I like to think of it as one of the benefits that is included is assistance for the social and emotional and mental health of our staff. We used to use a number of different programs over the years, and starting last year, we adopted a program that is called Hear You, as in I hear you. And it is a resource in which staff who are feeling the need for some additional support, whether that is mental health or social emotional, can sign up for up to 10 sessions with a counselor in specific situations that are unique. We have had the opportunity to request additional sessions for someone who is undergoing something qualitatively difficult. And one of the things that we found is moving to a program like Hear You that includes both telehealth as well as in-person options. We found a significant increase in the number of staff who were willing to use it, so much so that mid-year last year, we had to increase the funding source to be able to support people because the amount of expected support, we kind of hit around April and we increased the amount of support for that. We are doing that same thing this year. So that has been available. We occasionally send reminders out to staff about that. And in the light of decisions that were made in February, we have recently reissued that invitation to staff who are looking for that. That's in terms of kind of that social emotional side.
So one of the things I started working with our County Office of Education around was how to support our staff as we know that we're going to have this reduction in staff. How do we support them with resume building, how to, this whole idea of marketing yourself. And so they are actually, I received it, I think yesterday, the flyer that they are going to be providing that opportunity for all staff across the county. It'll be on March. I'm looking at the flyer, which I will send out again. I just got it yesterday, the day before. Wednesday, the 26th, they're going to be offering that opportunity. And they're actually going to make their SCO job fair that's on April 5th a lot bigger. Usually they just invite other districts and they're going to reach out to other community, other employers in the county to welcome them as well, to help our families through this, our staff through this process. So I call it caring for our staff, even going through hard times. And so we will be sharing these resources with our staff in the next week or so.
Trustee Medina.
Thank you. Couple things. First, with the family engagement facilitators, I'm wondering about what is the plan. I think given the situation we're in, the huge transition that we're going to be going through, they are key assets in making that transition maybe go a little bit smoother as we engage with our families. And so I'm really concerned, especially because a lot of them are bilingual individuals that help a lot of our monolingual families. So what is the plan around that? How is that void going to be filled in terms of what y'all are thinking?
That's how it works. Thank you. It's a strategy. And basically, what we're going to be doing moving forward, the first thing we're doing is we're going to centralize them. Right now, they're actually assigned to staffs. We're pulling them back and we're centralizing them. As we reorganize the district, we're going to be looking at concentrations of English learners. And then we will reallocate them based on how the English learners are concentrated now that the schools are going to be, and how students are going to be reallocated out to sites. And having them centralized, we'll be able to have more freedom to be able to move them and shift them around based on how those populations are distributed. So for example, like right now you have like a site, two sites, for example, like Proctor Terrace and Hidden Valley, that each have a family engagement facilitator, or proportionately have a lot fewer ELs than some other sites do, and they could theoretically share one. So with this new opportunity moving forward, we'd be able to look at combining like that concentration of ELs and have one FEF for that concentration of ELs. So that's what we're going to do, two steps for the strategy, centralizing them and then allocating them based on the concentration of English learners.
I think my concern around that is, I think it sounds like there would be less opportunity for relationship building with families as exists within the sites now. So that's a concern with that idea. I guess the other question is back to restorative specialists. I'm concerned. It's one of the, I mean, with both of these positions, it's literally exactly 10 years since they were started with the very first LCAP. You know, back then I was a community member. I remember sitting with Assistant Superintendent Kitamura back then as these positions were created exactly 10 years ago. And with the restorative specialist specifically, the plan as to how restorative would be implemented never happened the way it was supposed to. I think we are where we're at now. But I'm concerned what removing them in a transitionary period without a clear plan in effect would do. So I think if you could elaborate a little more on what the plan is, how you see things working, because again, I'm concerned.
Yes, so one of the things that I think is really important, and I like that you called it out, is considering the evolution of this position. When the position was originally designed and imagined, the vision for this position, and it's built right into the name, but we have naturally dropped what the entire name is. The name is a restorative response specialist. And so the original intent was for this person to be working with the existing staff, with all of the staff, so that every single human in our district is themselves a restorative specialist. When you read the job description probably has 15, 17 items on it. At least 12 of them are training other people in implementing these practices. The origin of this position was never to have an individual responsible for the relationships of 400 to 1,600 students, because that in of itself is not a sustainable model. And so their work was to come in, to lever the staff's ability to elevate their own restorative practices and to respond to tier 2 and tier 3 needs at the campuses. As we have gone through the 10 years and had these one-time monies and these kind of infusions of short-term funding, the idea was, let's just put more restorative response specialists on the campuses. And so their focus shifted away from what the job was originally intended, which was to help everybody be restorative. And they started doing more tier 1 level support. In the last few years, there was a development of a new position, which is the student safety advisor. That position was designed to begin the process of taking those tier 1 restorative practices and broadening it from a single human to being an institutional practice. So we are not in this structure recommending removing the restorative response specialist. What we are asking is to shrink the program to be more agile, to support multiple sites with the tier 2, the tier 3, and the training, and to elevate everyone so that every campus, rather than having 1 or 2 restorative specialists, has restorative specialists in every single classroom, by having every teacher, every office staff, every administrator. So the 8 restorative specialists that we are recommending to bring in will be a restorative response team. They will be creating the framework that you have seen in draft mode, identifying the essential standards at the different grade bands. So what should every 3rd grader really understand about their social emotional strength? What kind of skills and practices should they have? What should every 7th grader understand? And then going out and providing the kind of support and structure so that the people who are with our students every single day are the ones leveraging those strengths. And then they would be providing the tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, formal restorative conferencing, the restorative groups that we have, that right now, because we don't have that structure built in, we are partnering with some of our community-based organizations to provide restorative resources, these types of programs to facilitate those higher level needs. So our recommendation is not to simply reduce the number of restorative specialists, but to elevate the other staff who are providing the tier 1 support so that the restorative response specialists can focus on that tier 2 and tier 3 work that they were originally designed to do.
So I think, I was here 2012, 2013, where we eliminated zero tolerance. We went to this model, after being top 5 worst in the state of suspensions, expulsions, 3 times worse than Oakland, 4 times worse than Compton. That's where we were. This was the vision, what you're talking about, but we didn't put it into effect effectively. There was a lot of resistance. And so my concern is such a quick transition when seeing how it's occurred before, I foresee similar resistance to the implementation. I think a lot more work and time needed to get to that point, especially because it's adding, I presume, more work to our other staff that needs to buy into this, which was part of the resistance, right? So I don't, while I love the plan and the idea, I hate to say that I don't see it succeeding in such a short timeline. So getting rid of these positions so abruptly is of concern to me. So I'll leave it at that and say that as we transition to a vote, I would like to split these 2 sets of positions separately to vote on as we get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Trustee Medina, and for your explanation, Stacy. So I was listening to this. This is the second time where I've heard we're moving positions and we're going to implement something different, but we're not quite sure how we're going to implement it yet. And that's very concerning. I also don't agree that restorative was done correctly and was working the way we needed it to work. But unfortunately, the safety of our students, and it's not something we can continue to pour in and attempt to do it the same way and hope nobody else gets hurt. So we do have to do something differently. And I hope that this plan discussed might be that different option that's actually going to work. But historically, this district has had a really hard time with implementing new ideas and making sure they're done and they're done well. And we cannot drop the ball on this. This cannot be fumbled with until it's figured out. This is the safety of our students and staff when it comes to how to help our children who are struggling behaviorally and do not have the proper outlet to get that through positively or emotionally for their own health benefits and their own safety. This isn't just safety of people around students that are having struggles behaviorally, but it's their own safety. And we talked about the wellness coach. We talked about other opportunities. We talked about the reduction of nurses and counselors and people that are so important and vital to these students' lives. We don't have time to keep trying to figure out new plans and hope they work further down the line.
I think it's also important to recognize that when we talk about our students' health and safety, this is not a school issue. These students are with us for 6 to 7, 8 hours a day, and then they are in our community, they are in our homes, they are at our malls, they are on our streets. This is not something that Santa Rosa City Schools can solve by themselves. And one of the things that we have been incredibly active in over the last year and a half is amplifying those community partnerships. If the only thing that we were doing is a single small group trying to figure out how to make those kinds of safety adjustments in the lives of children who are in our communities, in our homes, you'd be correct that this is way too large a job for a small team to be able to lever. That's why our partnership with organizations such as the Violence Prevention Partner, New Hope for Youth, the Keystone, the CPI, the entire resources behind Santa Rosa and the city of Santa Rosa and our community-based organizations are critical. This is not something that we can solve with putting additional restorative specialists at a school or putting additional humans at a school. It's got to be a community effort. And that is something that we have really been amplifying and we feel it. So when our student is having an issue, it is not just a person at a school who is supporting. So we support from 8:30 to 3:30. And then the New Hope for Youth go into the hospitals with families and students that are in these times of extreme need. Our Seneca partners are going to students' houses and providing RAP support. No one of us can do this alone. And you are correct. This is going to be a difficult shift, but it's the difficult things done well that make the greatest lever for change in our students and our community. And we're committed to doing it.
I absolutely agree. And I want to say it again, just so everybody in the room hears it. This is a community support needed situation. Our children need us. They need all of us, each and every one of us throughout the community. Where do we push in or where do we get involved? How do we lift them up and provide them the love and support they need to work through what they need to work through so that they don't feel they need to bring a weapon to school, so that they don't feel they need to carry a weapon with them through their neighborhoods? How are we connecting with our children as a community? And I appreciate the team and all that they're putting on the campuses. And we need to do more. We need to do better. We know that. And as a community, we need to continue to not bash each other and blame each other, but lift up the problems and attack them together positively to try and help these situations, because none of us can do this alone to get through these situations.
And I also want to reiterate that The augmentation of the position with the numbers that was added was directly linked to one-time funding, which we no longer have. So that's why we're trying to reimagine, redesign, go back to the original intent of the position. Because again, more people were added at the site because of one-time funding. We don't have the sustainability within it.
And
Trustee Casson.
oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Lisa.
I have a question. So I know we're getting a little further into comments, but public comments are going to come first.
So one of the other things that has historically happened, as you know, we're looking and saying, okay, how did we get here where we have the same number or roughly the same number of staff now as we did, 10 years ago? And a lot of it has to do with, while reductions were made in areas, when something happened, instead of the root problem being really delving into that, it was an immediate knee-jerk reaction. And what we are attempting to do in bringing all of these forward is to say, okay, how do we solve the problem in the long term? And as there are additional needs for our English language learners or our at-risk youth, those are add-ons that are very specifically thought about and added above our base. So just thinking, not just in relation to restoratives, but across the board, that's something that's happened that's a really big part of us bringing things forward to address.
So specifically on this, and I have other questions. The last year and a half, I've seen a successful restorative program at my son's school. And it's been through exactly what you're talking about, with Dennis and Mercedes going around teaching the teachers how to do restorative circles, shadowing them, doing 3 restoratives with the teachers, and the restoratives teachers being able to start regular restorative courses or circles throughout the week, and building into the culture. And this program has existed for 10 years, and I've seen a successful program for a year and a half on one campus. I think the biggest challenge has been a lack of consistency in it being effective and in understanding what effective means. And I think if we went around and we asked each campus community why the restorative is important to them, we'd have very different answers based on the individuals that have been doing it. And so what I'm hearing is we're going to standardize. Standardize can be good and it can be bad. It can be bad if it means that we take the things that have been effective and we don't pollinate them across the other campuses. It can be good if we're actually able to get those effective things in all of the campuses equally. I need to know not just that we're going to have a plan to do it and that we're going to do it, but how do we as a board know that it's happening, and how do you intend on bringing it back to us so we can hold ourselves accountable to whether or not this is working?
I want to address two ideas that your comments really triggered for me. I think it's important, rather than using a word like standardize, which implies that every single person is getting the same, that we look at the concept of centralizing, where we are creating, and you've seen in the draft, a framework which says this is what we believe to be high quality restorative practices. And then using the data that we have at hand through things like not only the 2 annual panorama results, but ongoing panorama check-ins. These are qualitative, like vetted surveys that we can collect live data regularly with our community, as well as climate data from resources like Youth Truth, and be able to look at the framework and specialize what a child or a community may need. And so by having this response team that's able to do that targeted tier 2 and tier 3 directed support to address those areas of need, while elevating other staff positions, such as the student safety advisors and the teaching staff, as you're describing at CCLA, to be able to do the level 1 best first practices so that there's not a single individual who's able to do it. It's going to allow us to be more strategic and support our students differently and hopefully better.
And when you say we, referencing the data and the ways as that's going to be evaluated, very specifically, how are we as the board going to be able to evaluate the success?
We already have the practice of doing an annual report to the board, which collates not the right word, I'm tired, but actually takes the annual evolution of Youth Truth and Panorama, compares our results this year to longitudinal information that we have been collecting. Part of that annual presentation is includes attendance and includes discipline findings so that you can look at some of the hallmarks of student health, not only social emotional health, but climate health, and then some of those factors that measure engagement like discipline and attendance. We do that every spring because that allows us to include both Youth Truth and Panorama live within the year when our students are still here. If we did that in the fall, you would only get Panorama or only a year ago's Youth Truth. So that is actually coming. And if there is an interest, we can work with Dr. Morales to build in a more regular report.
So I think from my perspective, we definitely need something more frequent than annual, especially as we have so many new changes in structural. So very interested. And I assume I'll be told that that's strategic planning or something like that if I talk too much about this topic. My next questions are going back to the admin chart. And so if there was other questions on this topic before I go into the admin chart.
Trustee Kirby, you want to jump in? Once Nick gets going, he might get going.
Sure, mine should be pretty quick. So looking at the list, I just want to confirm, I think Dr. Zan's, the campus supervisor, since safety is on top of everyone's mind right now, the campus supervisor spots that are listed here, were those specifically positions that didn't switch over to the student safety, the new student
Yes,
safety advisor positions?
The I believe it's 3 student advisors and 2 campus supervisors were people who chose not to switch directly to student safety advisor. By eliminating those positions, they will be replaced with student safety advisors. So there will be the same amount of adults. It's just that all of the positions will be student safety advisor, because going back to what Stacy is talking about, the student safety advisors are trained to be restorative. And so they can address the tier 1.
Right. Okay, thanks for that. Next, I'll just add that I am also a little concerned about the family engagement facilitators, specifically if they're centralized, their ability to respond quickly to a situation when they may be needed, but also I know we've got a little time, and I don't know if there's a way to look at potentially getting some other funding or some continuing grant money that might be able to help. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, let me clarify that. When I meant centralized, I meant in terms of how they're supervised. So they can be stationed at sites.
Okay.
That's fine. In terms of how they're supervised, so that if necessary, like right now, they belong and they're supervised at the sites. So it's very difficult if we need to move them, it's difficult. They have to be noticed. Sometimes I think they have to get like a 10-day notice, and it's more difficult for us to move the potential need for us to service another site. This way, we can actually move them around if there's some sort of abrupt need. That's all.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
And to your comment before, Director Medina, it is important for us to be able to establish those relationships. And so I wanted to also clarify that they would be, the idea is that they would continue to be stations at sites as much as possible.
And lastly, just, I know we touched on it during the last group that we were talking about, was and it's not really clear here, the percentage of this group that are considered district personnel, district office, is there? For classified, sorry.
Those were my additional questions.
Oh.
Was on that's
Sorry,
yeah.
okay, go ahead.
Well, yeah, so if we could bring back up the district admin funding chart.
Sure,
I mean,
Before we jump in, can we get a motion to extend the meeting, please?
I move to extend the meeting to 11.
Can I amend to 11:30?
Oh, I really hope we don't use all that, but sure. 11:30.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Yes.
If we can bring the chart up, and while you're bringing the district admin chart back up, I want to recognize how uncomfortable this conversation is for the folks whose positions are on this chart. You know, throughout the rest of this, we're not really analyzing positions in a way where it's so personally attached to an individual. And with that said, I think it's important for the transparency and accountability to the community that they understand why each of the positions is vital to the operation of the district if we're going to be keeping them. And that this conversation is not about the individual person in the seat, but about justifying, why positions that are honestly not on campuses and not in the classroom are needed. So I want to recognize how, especially for the staff here and that aren't here, but it's really obvious who they are. That it's hard, but we have to do it, and people need to understand why they're so important to their kids.
I, for one, appreciate you doing it. Thank you very much.
So.
Thank you. Excuse me. And so I do want to state that the majority of our staff at this central services, whether that's at our warehouse, our maintenance and grounds, our custodial, our, excuse me, purchasing, fiscal services, HR, all of those things the majority are in the classified unit. The majority are not administrators. And so I think that that's something that's an important thing to notate. They aren't listed on here because they're part of that whole CSEA group or our confidential group. But for specifically the classified administrators, the majority are in business services, and we'll kind of go, I guess we'll back up for a second here because there are two. So in the superintendent's office, the public information officer is a classified administrator. In HR, one of the directors is a classified administrator. In
Specifically, the classified administrator in HR is responsible for the HR functions of the classified employees.
Yes.
Okay, so one is certificated for the certificated employees one. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, the ed code surrounding classified and certificated are very different.
Okay.
So for business services, we are entirely classified, and it's all of the operations aside from HR, essentially, when you're talking about business services. So we are the largest division. And that is because it covers, so for example, our executive director of fiscal services is the one really getting into the detail of the budget reporting of the requirements that happen in there, works very closely with our federal program monitoring and our title funding, all of that. There's a lot of reporting. So I'm trying to remember how many reports. I can't even think off the top
And that's
of my head.
reporting for both the elementary and the high school
That's
districts.
exactly, yes. So everything, even though we combine our books for our state budget reporting, all of our federal reports, as well as any specific grants that we receive for both districts, we have to do the duplicative reporting on. So that's, it's also when we're doing projections for funding, that has to be done, one for district, one for the elementary and one for the high school, the secondary district. So that's kind of the overall function there. He oversees the district accountant and payroll. The district accountant is specifically oversees all of the ASB in the district, also accounts payable, accounts receivable, our facilities, use fees, the things of anything that's money coming in or going out that's not related to people as far as staff is going through that district accountant. She also supports the executive director and myself. So there's a lot of work that happens there that's legally required. I can tell you that for us to be able to have accurate books, it's important that the level of detail is really delved into there, and that the district accountant is also helping with the standardization of processes across the board through the district. So that's something that we've been moving towards over the last couple of years, that without those positions, we would require more positions based on kind of what we've been working towards implementing. The executive director of technology, excuse me, is where all of our cameras, our Chromebooks, all of our network, all of that is overseen by that director.
And for these positions, when we're talking about executive director versus director positions, can you explain the difference in skill level and why, like, for the director of technology, an executive director position is necessary versus a director position or a coordinator?
Sure. And actually, we used to have an assistant superintendent of technology and information. Essentially, when that position was eliminated, we already had, there was a combination, because I wasn't here when the assistant superintendent position was created. That was pre-me. There was, I believe, a combining of departments, and I'd have to defer to probably Dr. Zanz to provide some more information about that. One position was already an executive director, and one was a new position that we used to contract out a lot of services. There are a lot of things that are done in-house now. So when we talk about the executive director of technology versus the executive director of data and assessment or information and evaluation, consider an example of what you witnessed was the level of work that was able to be done with boundaries. That would have been something that would have cost us tens of thousands of dollars and would have taken a very long time to have somebody, for us to contract with, which is what happened in previous consolidations and closures. So just that level of expertise is the difference really between an executive director and a director, or the
or contracting out.
Yeah, there's a lot of different nuances to it. There are some positions that it has been historically maybe that we couldn't afford an executive director, so it's a director position, and maybe there's actually more responsibility there than is appropriate. That happens a lot as things get consolidated. I will say that there used to be a director of facilities, and there was a director of maintenance and operations. As those departments were collapsed and combined, that became an executive director of facilities and operations. So those combinations have been happening over the years. Looking at how can we be more effective and efficient with the staff that we have, not looking at because, okay, now we have this administrative position that's open, let's just refill it. Is that the right position to refill? Those are the things that we've been consistently actually trying to look at and bring forward over the last couple of years. Project management. So as we go through the restricted funding here, CNS, so Child Nutrition Services, that is its own fund. It used to be a program that had a large contribution from the general fund. It now is completely self-supporting and actually is, it's amazing what we're able to do there right now. Again, Executive Director of Facilities Maintenance and Operations, those are all restricted funds, two different types of funding. The bond funds, which is specifically usually tied to facilities, versus the restricted routine maintenance funds, which are tied to specifically the maintenance and operations side of things. And we are required to spend 3% of our overall budget on the maintenance, operations, and facilities, the majority of which we spend on staffing between our maintenance technicians, a portion of custodial, and our administrative staff. Project manager of facilities, that was a position that used to be contracted out. That's specific to the bond.
And for these restricted funds, similar question, when we're talking about certificate, a lot of them are tied to grant applications or things that actually require the position.
Point of order.
In this case, are these restricted funds?
Point of order. Can we focus on the positions that are up, and like if we want to discuss these admin level ones, like let's bring them back at a future point when they're agendas, and let's focus on the ones that are on the agenda today to focus, please.
Right now,
Because I don't see, I could see how maybe this might lead to proposing something new for the future, but I think right now we should focus on what's on the agenda and the topic.
So the agenda and the topic includes reductions in force for classified staff. And I think the public has a right to understand why we're not reducing our force with certain administrative positions. And I think it's very germane to the conversation, because any one position that's not on the list could be multiple positions that are on the list. And we need to know responsibly that this list is where we want it to be.
So I will share that so when we're talking about management, to tie that back into here, we do have management positions from our support operations department that are included in the resolution.
Right.
And
that is exactly my reason for this questioning, is because we need to understand the efficacy, and you can't just look at what's being cut without understanding what's being kept. And a broader question, similar to what I asked in the certificated, is overall the district office, not just the admin and management, but the district office classified services that are provided out. What are the cuts that are happening on the district office program side, and how is that going to impact the services to our school sites?
Sure. So I can speak to my department, and then I'll share with the others. So we have a reduction proposed in our information and evaluation team and management, and also in our maintenance team in management. We have in the classified support staff a budget technician. We have 3. One of the FTE overall, the majority of it is restricted, and and then there are 2 that are unrestricted. And so it would be eliminating or combining position, the unrestricted and the restricted to be 2 positions. Let's see here, I'm trying to now off the top of my head, remember what yes, 1 payroll technician, knowing that we are reducing staff. It makes sense that we would then need to reduce payroll. We'll say that we are already very understaffed in relation to the processing of payments, and that's why we aren't recommending a reduction in accounts payable or receivables. So on that side, maintenance and grounds, yes, there's a proposal for reduction based on sites. That will depend on the number of sites that are actually that actually aren't used, or the level of use, because really that's not related to ADA. That's related to square footage and site needs, related to what are we maintaining. So that's something that, depending on what that looks like, that could be something that we would recommend adjusting. Again, those are restricted funds, but it's about right sizing overall through the district. And when we have restricted funds that are freed up from staffing, that goes back into facilities and upkeep and what we can put into there. Yes, there are, thank you. There are senior secretaries, so support positions that are being combined or reduced. So yes, it's across the board. And what we do is we feed students. We make sure that the supplies are in the classrooms, that the furniture, things are cleaned, that our bills are paid, that our reporting is done appropriately, that we actually receive funding and that we pay funds. That's really the operations. Anything that happens in a district, at a school site, anywhere is touched through our department. So,
And with the remaining positions, you'll be able to do all of that effectively?
the level of responsiveness as far as the timeliness may be impacted by some of that. That's why our intention is to make sure that we are creating standardized systems to be able to serve more efficiently for our sites and our families. That's what we've been working on the last couple of years. So we do feel that we will be able to do that. There will be, again, it may not be as timely as it has been. Thank you.
In relation to human resources, we currently have 6 human resource technicians, 6 HR techs, and I'm counting 1, 2, 3. Wait, yes, 6. And we're reducing by 2. So we'll have 4 HR techs to be responsible for the hiring and everything within the district. That number should be doable just because, again, with a reduction in school sites and a reduction in employees, there needs to be also a reduction in human resource techs.
No, we don't have any proposed this year. Last year, we cut we had 4 supervisorial positions, and one of the 4 was reduced. We had 4 family engagement facilitators, one of which was reduced, and a bilingual secretary. And there is no way we could cut any deeper and still provide the service that's necessary.
I don't think that there are any in ed services and classified. They have very few classified employees, but, oh, you already lose one? I did forget to mention that we have some
Yeah,
vacancies
I'm-
that are not being filled.
I haven't got a lot of sleep. I'm losing one and I'm going to have to restructure another position to make up for the work for that one. Yes.
And
So-
we're moving we relocated an administrative assistant or administrative secretary out of business services into the superintendent's department that will actually provide administrative support to all of the departments that don't have that dedicated support or enough dedicated support. So it's a way to restructure and be more effective and efficient.
And in special services, we're eliminating 4 typist clerk 4 positions, but there's a particular reason for that. Essentially, the job description has been outpaced by the demands and skills needed for the job, which is management of our computerized IEP system. So the intent is to create 3 new job positions at a higher paid level that accurately matches what the job is now and not so much this archaic job description.
We do have a stack of public comments we'd like to get to. Is there anything else the board would like to ask before we get to public comments?
Yeah, too. The data management analyst position, I think we've received a lot of information indicating that this position does very unique, specific stuff. I'm concerned about maybe some of those duties or abilities maybe being able to lost. What's like the plan to make sure that none of that is lost or if that's factual?
Thank you. And again, that's where we have other staff, any of these positions that are going away that are proposed for a preliminary layoff, it means that the work is absorbed somewhere else. The work doesn't go away. And so, yes, we do have the ability to absorb some of that. There are things that were required of that position that with changes in database management are no longer part of what is needed from that position. And again, it is going to be an increased workload on the remaining staff.
I'm like, I understand having another person, but I'm concerned, like, are they people that know how to do that specific work? That's my concern.
We do not have concerns about being able to make sure that that work is done with the existing staff.
The second question is around site-based therapists. Could you maybe just elaborate on why those are on here, what that means, what's the plan?
One of the, and Vicky can kick me under the table if I'm saying this incorrectly, but one of the things that we had to be able to plan for with this recommendation is any potential scenario that the board might reach as a conclusion. And without knowing the number of schools that might need to be closed, there may have needed to be an adjustment in the number of school-based therapists. Our goal is not to reduce the number of school-based therapists. It is to continue to be able to right size, because as we know, this position will begin to create its own funding offset. So our intent was, as was shared, to be able to overnotice, to give us the capacity to be able to respond to whatever potential decision would be made, and to be able to address that by either pulling it back or right sizing as we go forward.
And if I could add to that, that has to do also with creating that base and what is added on potentially through either the CYBHI additional funding, LCAP, or other sources. So again, part of that identification of base versus additional services.
And just to clarify, so again, these are notices. But with the final plan, like for the May 15th deadline, it would come back to us for like an actual vote on the final plan. Thank you.
Any positions that are actually eliminated would have to come back. Ones that are called back don't necessarily come back to the board.
Before we get to public comment, Stacy, can I just get a clarification real quick? You had mentioned that we would not be losing adults on campus by eliminating the student advisors and replacing with student safety advisors because of restorative.
So the goal is that because we have student safety advisors at all of our secondaries, and we are talking about bringing the student safety advisor position all the way down through the elementaries as well. So being able to kind of fill some of those gaps through the creation and sustenance of the student safety advisor, who is more directly targeting the tier 1 system of support. And that allows us to maintain the level of student contact, student service, student connection, even though we're using the restorative specialists as a more targeted tier 2 and tier 3 purpose.
So I guess what I'm missing is the student advisors that did not choose to go to the student safety role. They were also trained in restorative. They have restorative training, those student advisors. So we're not necessarily saying we don't need those positions because we're going to take restorative positions from student safety advisors.
When you compare the job descriptions, many of the student advisors did take advantage of the restorative training, but when you take a look at their essential duties, facilitating restorative interventions is not one that is specifically, although many of them do, but there is a qualitative difference between the student advisors, the campus supervisors, and the student safety advisors in terms of the expectation of duties, which is why we have those 3 different. Our goal is to be able to maximize, because in addition to the position not doing everything that the student safety advisors have done, historically speaking, the campus supervisor position has been incredibly difficult to fill due to the fact that it is a very entry-level position. And so rather than, saying, well, we really hope that somebody applies for the job, let's write the job that we would really like to see all of the people who are interacting with our students, what those essential duties, what those skills are, and let's elevate everybody to that higher standard.
Thank you.
Can I follow up on that? Just, I think I heard you say earlier that with the campus supervisor and student advisors, that you guys would potentially be maybe opening up more student safety advisor positions. And so that being the case, I think, I think it would be good if maybe we tried to negotiate something with CSCA so that these individuals that have worked a long time with us, that maybe they don't lose their seniority now having to apply for a new job. So if there's a way to potentially do that, negotiate with them, I think that'd be good.
Yeah, that is something that if we were to do something like that, it would need to be negotiated with CSCA.
Okay, thank you guys very much for your presentation. Board, thank you for your questions. We will now open up to public comment on this agenda item F6. And first up, we have Angela Gigliazza, Ken Roberts, and Diane Gunderson.
So I should have probably spoke in F5 for some of this, but it is also F6. I was actually really happy with what you were saying with F5 and asking great questions, but it didn't happen. I was really happy that the President McNally would say in the last few board meetings, skip the niceties. So I'm skipping the niceties because I'm kind of pissed. I'm going to start with the insensitivities of January. You made February 3rd through 7th Counselors Week, but now you're cutting 23.5 counselors and 3 psychologists, 5 therapists, 1 nurse, 20 restorative specialists, all that we need. We know what's happened in this past week. We've had moments of silence, but I don't think that the people that are giving you these positions to cut really care about what our children need. Then no niceties. How about the irresponsibility of February is honoring CTE, yet we're cutting CTE positions. The absurdity that today on the agenda was to celebrate fine arts, but they want to cut 10, oh, you actually did put 10.8 teachers on fine arts to be riffed. The audacity of having $30 million in rifts across this last 2 agenda items within the walls of our schools. Yet 3 positions that are administrators at the district office are being cut. And now hearing that we're going to redo a few extra in the district to get them more. I really would like you to get another list, and I guess it's too late for F5, but get another list for F6. And if you can't cut all of these positions at the district office for administration, have them take a pay cut, because they are not doing the jobs that the teachers and the staff in the schools, at the schools, with the children. We have a thing that says empower, embrace,
Your time is
engage.
up.
We need to educate.
Ken Roberts.
Hello, I'm Ken Roberts, control position 3653, data management analyst, 1.0 FTE. My entire 21-year career at Santa Rosa City Schools reduced to a single line item, just to be rubber stamped out of existence. Before that happens, I want you to know what I do. I can speak to what services will be reduced to the sites with the reduction to classified supervisorial positions in information and evaluation department. I have 20 years in the department and I've been on every interview panel, and I know what capabilities are going to be left in the department. Ensuring that systems that interact with our student information system are functioning as intended. There are a multitude of systems that through a variety of means both push and pull data from the student system. These include Parent Square, Destiny, which is our library inventory system, all the apps rostered through ClassLink. There really are too many to count. This position maintains those connections. These systems aren't reduced by the decline of enrollment or by the closing of schools. I also manage all the data across the 4 information systems used historically in the district. I've been around long enough to have used all of them. I was integral in converting from each of those into the new ones. That history resides in the person, not in the position. This position also generates data sets for grants, data sharing agreements, public data requests, and requests made internally from the board, sites, teachers, and staff. My report generation work includes filling the reporting gaps in the student information system, CUME cards, student locators, DNF reports by subgroup, a graduation tracker for counselors has been created, not only filling gaps, but also designing alternatives that better fit our district, custom solutions. Like the truancy letters, I created a report that site athletic coordinators check for daily athletic eligibility, a report that tabulates a teacher's pupil average overage for the month. So VPs don't have to.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Diane Gunderson. I have been an elementary teacher in this district for 26 years. I am currently an elementary EL specialist supporting Biella, Brook Hill, and Steel Lane. I have also taught at Burbank, Lincoln, and CCLA. When you think about safe schools, if you go to a school where the majority of students feel safe, what you're seeing are students who are showing up and they are being seen, they feel they belong, and they feel connected. Another way to say that is that students are showing up and they feel embraced, engaged, and empowered. And if you look around that school, what you'll see is every single staff member having connections with students on various levels in very positive and safe ways. If you look at the list that you've got in front of you, all of those positions are those staff people. I do not have time to go through every single job description and explain to you how all of those positions embrace, engage, and empower our students. So I'm going to talk quickly about our family engagement facilitators because I have the privilege of working closely with them daily. I can't even list all the things they do for parents, for staff, but I got to talk about the students. I am currently administering the LPAC test at the high school level. I miss my elementary kids, but one example, you need to go to Elsie Allen. You need to shut your mouth. You need to go into the newcomer center and you need to observe and you need to listen to the magic that is happening there. And that's just one teeny example of what's going on. To quote Ms. August, at the sites, there is no way we can cut any deeper and still provide the services we do. Lastly, I don't have time, 26 years, different people, same problems, same dysfunction. What is the wisdom
Your time is
of
up.
taking advice?
Michael Stanford, Christina Trice, and Doris Yarte. Michael, you're up.
Thank you, Trustee Villador. I'm Mike Stanford, Head Custodian of Lincoln Valley Middle School and co-lead negotiator for Teamsters Local 665 here at Santa Rosa City Schools. 4 of my members are on this RIF list tonight. However, I have been told by 2 of them that they are on this list even though their schools are not closing. I have one member at a high school who was informed on Monday by our manager that he is on the list even though his high school is not closing. Another member whose school is losing its elementary program, beginning another program and has 13 years of seniority, has his number on this list despite having way more seniority than the head custodian whose program is moving to that site. While another member whose school is closing permanently with no plan to keep that site open has not been notified that he may be laid off. Ed Code dictates how the layoff process will work, and that is by seniority. We have at the bargaining table been very vocal about getting rid of favoritism here at Santa Rosa City Schools. If we Teamsters have to follow Ed Code, the district needs to follow Ed Code. The 6 people in front of you need to follow Ed Code. And the people below them, but above me, need to follow ed code, like Eric Oden and Rafael Snabria. Lisa. I find this favoritism to be a bad faith move by the district, and those who created the list should be punished accordingly. Thank you.
To right the wrong with the district's financial deficit, furloughing or utilizing the work share program for district staff members is a solution worth considering. It's essential to explore alternatives instead of constantly cutting services for our children. How can you implement special programs with our schools without the dedicated staff who will help execute them? You increase the student populations in schools by consolidating, but at the same time are cutting those who directly support our children. School staff members help guide our kids' academic journeys, provide safety, mentorship, and advocate for their success. Our kids can't scream loud enough for you. Stabbings, drug overdoses, dropping out in public speaking. We cannot afford to take away any of the support they need. Our family engagement facilitator is crucial in keeping our school community united on a daily basis. Who will help our non-English speaking families during this consolidation process if she is gone? Families will be left to struggle, leading to frustration, anxiety, and anger. Yard duties, counselors, and restorative response specialists make sure our kids are not only safe, but learn how to interact and handle situations when they do arise. Our restorative response specialist makes the kids feel welcome and safe with a bright personality that is so very special. She knows each and every one of our students and their needs. She helps them learn how to become a better person and gives students a chance to feel connected with an adult in a less intimidating way. Who will be there when our kids need them the most? Our school nurses, who are already stretched thin, provide crucial medical and mental health care to students. I'm a nurse, not a school nurse, but they do mean something. School staff members provide a safe and supportive environment for our children and guide them to become responsible citizens in an unpredictable world. Let's not take that away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros de la mesa directiva, superintendente, doctora Daisy Morales. Soy facilitadora de participación familiar para el Departamento de Servicios Multilingües. Represento un equipo de facilitadores dedicados que actúa como defensores de las familias, especialmente aquellas que enfrentan barreras lingüísticas o inequidades sistemáticas. Todos reconocemos las difíciles decisiones financieras que deben tomarse, pero es profundamente preocupante saber que 21 posiciones de los 35 puestos existentes están programadas para ser eliminadas el próximo año. Esto no es un problema financiero, es cuestión de equidad y justicia social para nuestras familias y estudiantes. Somos el puente de comunicación entre las escuelas y las familias, el primer punto de contacto para las familias, asegurándonos de que cada estudiante, independientemente de su origen, tenga acceso a los recursos y el apoyo que necesita para tener éxito. A medida que el distrito transita al cierre de escuelas y el modelo de séptimo a 12º grado, es más crítico que nunca asegurar que las familias sigan comprometidas en este proceso. Sin embargo, eliminar más de la mitad de nuestros puestos acaba con este esfuerzo y agrava las inequidades que nuestras familias ya enfrentan. Les insto a reconsiderar estos recortes. Los facilitadores de participación familiar son una parte vital del sistema de apoyo que mantiene nuestras escuelas fuertes. Y necesitamos su apoyo para garantizar que podamos continuar sirviendo a nuestra comunidad de manera efectiva. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good evening, members of the board and Superintendent Dr. Morales. I'm a family engagement facilitator for Multilingual Services. I represent a team of dedicated facilitators who serve as advocates for families, especially those who face language barriers or systemic inequities. We all recognize that the difficult financial decisions that must be made, but it is deeply concerning to learn that 21 of our 35 positions are slated for elimination next year. This is not a financial issue. It is a matter of equity and social justice for our families and students. We are the bridge of communication between school and families, the first point of contact for families, ensuring that every student, regardless of their background, has access to the resources and support they need to succeed. As the district transitions to closing several schools in a 7 through 12 high school model, it is more critical than ever to ensure that our families remain engaged in this process. However, eliminating more than half of our positions undermines this effort and exacerbates the inequities our families already face. I urge you to reconsider these cuts. Family engagement facilitators are a vital part of the support system that keeps our schools strong, and we need your support to ensure that we can continue to serve our community effectively. Thank you for your time.
Next up, please, Jessica Alcazar, Lisbeth Angeles Hernandez, and Yoni Hercules.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Alcazar, and I am a family engagement facilitator at Biella. I had written a whole speech, but I think everyone who spoke here tonight has made great points that I was already going to make and want to talk about some of the stuff that you guys discussed tonight. One being that the family engagement facilitators are being reduced according to our EL families. Let me be clear that I serve all of my families at my school, as do my colleagues. We do so much and we work really diligently to assess the needs that each family has and provide resources, not just community, but also academically. The other thing that I wanted to remind you guys is that we are here to serve students and families, and without them, none of us would be here. And I think it is such a disservice for us to not acknowledge that and to have staff members say that it is crucial to keep admin because they're going to be understaffed, but yeah, we're asking all of these other areas to be understaffed next year when those needs are not going any lower. That is what I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lisbeth Ángeles. Soy un padre de dos estudiantes, uno de Pioneer High School y el otro de Elsie Allen. También soy un empleado, muy orgullosa de ser clasificada y pertenezco al distrito. Antes de esta posición, trabajé en la escuela Steel Lane desde Yard Duty. Empecé como Yard Duty, después fui coordinadora de estudiantes y después fui facilitadora de familias. Esta posición fue muy difícil, pero me llenó de satisfacción al saber que podía ayudar y brindar apoyo a las familias sin importar su procedencia, color o idioma. Esta fue la posición más difícil de mi camino, pero la más placentera, porque tuve y pude ayudar y brindar apoyo a las familias sin importar nada. Esta fue la posición más difícil, pero no imposible para mí al tener contacto con las familias. Rompí las reglas porque fue durante la pandemia. Muchas familias necesitaban ayuda y no me importó, porque era ayudar a mis familias, era la conexión con mi familia. Ser facilitadora de familias me ayudó a ampliar mis habilidades para poder ayudar a estas familias que se sentían aisladas, excluidas o mal vistas por su color. Les puedo asegurar que mis colegas que están aquí, que son facilitadoras de familias, hacen este trabajo no por el salario, sino que lo hacen por corazón y porque quieren ayudar a nuestras familias. Como facilitadoras de familias, desempeñamos un papel esencial en las escuelas, al igual que otros empleados clasificados. Traducimos para conferencias de padres, noches de regreso a clases, organizamos eventos educativos, planificamos eventos divertidos para las familias y los estudiantes. También asistimos a las reuniones de ILAC y DILAC, estoy consciente de que nuestro distrito tiene que hacer recortes, pero mi punto aquí es que tenemos que pensar en nuestras familias, en la conexión y cómo podemos apoyar y brindar y dar las herramientas adecuadas a aquellas familias
Thank
que
you.
nos
Your time is
necesitan.
up.
Good evening. That was Lisbeth Angeles Hernandez. She's a mom of two boys who are attending Elsie and Pioneer in 9th and 11th grades. She's administrative secretary in the facilities department, 8th year in the district. She previously worked at Steel Lane as a yard duty. She also was previously a family engagement facilitator. She had the pleasure of doing that, which filled her with satisfaction, knowing that she could help and provide support to families no matter where they came from, their color, their skin, or their language. This was the most difficult position in her journey and the most pleasant one because it was during the pandemic and we could not have contact with the families. But I still did it. I broke the rules for my families to help them, and I have no regrets. During that stage, I realized that our families needed so much support to understand the relationship between teachers, principals, and school staff. Being a FEF helped me to expand my skills to be able to help these families who felt isolated, excluded, or frowned upon. I can assure you that my colleagues do this job not for the salary, but for the satisfaction of helping families and making our families and students feel welcome in the schools. As a family facilitator, we play an essential role in the schools like other classified employees. We translate for parent conferences and back to school nights, organize educational events, plan fun events for families. In addition, we administer the state tests such as LPAC and encourage our families to attend the ELAC and DLAC meetings. I'm aware our district has to make budget cuts, but my point here is that we have to think about our families and the connection, how we make and support and provide the right tools for these families that they will need with the changes.
Yoni still here?
Yanni was my parent I was supporting earlier, Spanish-speaking parent. I translated her comments and I promised her I would
Yeah,
read her
that'd be
comment with
great.
your
Thank you.
indulgence. Hello, my name is Yoni Urkelis, and I have 3 daughters who attend Steel Lane Elementary School. I'm also a member of ELAC. I'm sad because our school is closing. At the same time, they are cutting Maria staff. Knowing that our secretary, Maria Luna, who we adore, might be moved to another location is unfair, and it is very sad that teachers may lose their jobs. I hope you will take into account the parents' opinions and will make the best possible decisions for the students. Thank you.
Next up is Sheila Wolski, Ashley Lovelace, and Damon's Cordero.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sheila, and I have children in SRCS elementary and high schools. These comments relate to the proposal to eliminate the school nurse position. Over 4 years ago, Amanda Aaron left her supervising nurse position at Kaiser and transitioned to be a school nurse, taking a significant pay cut in order to make a difference in the health outcomes of her children. Amanda works at 4 elementary and middle schools throughout the week. Our family noticed an immediate difference when Amanda became their school nurse. This job isn't about handing out Band-Aids. Amanda makes sure to provide medical training for staff on AED machines, EpiPens, and Narcan. Amanda provides care and training for medically fragile students, which includes those with chronic conditions such as diabetes and asthma. My children never had state mandated hearing and vision screening until Amanda implemented them regularly and consistently. Because of Amanda's work, children with previously undiagnosed vision issues have eyeglasses. Amanda is also responsible for contacting families and their doctors for students with conditions such as asthma, seizure disorder, and food allergies. This ensures that sufficient and effective medication is on hand at each school site, and staff are trained on dispensing this medication. Amanda's caseload is 1,650 students, while the recommended caseload is 1 nurse per 750 students. She sees every student at least once during the school year and some much more often. She offers mental health services to many of her students, as well as provides all medical 504s and assesses any student at school sites with IEPs. This number's in the hundreds. Aside from Amanda's professional skills, there are her soft skills. I know I'm running out of time, but my kids go home less because she's there. I hope you'll keep that position. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ashley Lovelace, and I'm a teacher at Hidden Valley. And I'm just here to talk to you about the positions that you have on the list in front of you. Every single person on that list plays a role in each of our schools. I depend on those positions to communicate with our families because our families are the expert in their children. I can't do my job unless I know that that child has eaten breakfast, if they've had a good night's rest, if there's been an emergency in their family, how to address them in the morning and make sure that they have what they need. We can't address students' learning unless they feel safe cared for, and that we actually have a genuine care for them. If I don't know what's going on in their home life, I can't address anything at school. Our family engagement facilitators are often the first people our families meet and who walk them through the process of coming into our district. If we cut that position or if we even reduce them, it's not going to give our families the same access as it would for our English-speaking families. Even our multilingual families already don't have enough access if somebody's not on campus. It's going to prevent them from being able to access additional community resources. That position refers to our community agencies and helps connect families to other places as well. In addition, our restorative specialists are also preventative services, not reactionary services. A lot of our students care about the people who care about them. Our restorative specialists serve as a preventative service so that they have a person on campus they trust and can go to at any time. Please consider that the positions that you have in front of you are not just a number on a list, but they are people who our students know care about them and need to see daily. Thank you.
Damon Cordero, Tammy Afonso, and Linda Zabala. Thank you.
Buenas noches, miembros del board. Mi nombre es Damaris Cordero y agradezco a cada uno de ustedes el servicio a la comunidad. I am a mother of multilingual students. I wish that each of you knew more about the needs of our students, not only in terms of academics, but also emotionally. Many of these students come to school with severe trauma, and unfortunately tonight, you are carrying position that direct support our students. Where is equity here? If we are transparent, the certified and classified position that we have in this district are counted. And if you cut this position, who will be supporting our students and family at the school sites? Above all, I am concerned about who will be supporting the students who don't speak English. I am concerned about events like the one that recently happened to Elsie Allen, where communicating with our families in our language is very important, especially in tragic events like this. Please allow me to also speak in favor of the music program at Maria Carrillo. The work that the teachers have done in this area in Rincon Valley has been important in this community. I wish that the district will invest more in these programs. Music has the power to unite cultures, just like the mariachi did in Maria Carrillo. Please consider this. We don't want to end up regretting losing teacher like Mr. Booker. Thank you.
Tammy, you still here?
Hi, I'm Tammy Afonso. I am the union steward for CSEA 75. I'm asking that you pull the typist clerk 4 positions off of this list and have us come back to the table and negotiate the new job description that is desired. These employees have worked, and if we're going to change the job description, or if we're going to lay them off only to create a new job description, they should have the opportunity to have us represent them. And there's no reason to lay them off. Let's create the job description together and come back and do it via the union. All right, thank you.
Linda?
Good evening. My name is Linda Zabala. I am your Student Information System Coordinator, and I work in the Information and Evaluation Department with Ken Roberts, who is your Data Management Analyst position that's on your list to be cut. I'm here to urge you not to cut the position. He works at the back end. Nobody knows really what he does because he's not, you don't see him. He's behind the scenes. However, when I came to this department 7 years ago, we had, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I did not plan to talk, but I feel that it's very important because sometimes we don't know. We only know what is being told to us. So I'm urging you to listen to what I have to say, and also in the future to please go out and talk to your classified employees, to your staff, to your everybody, because right now you are taking a word of people, okay? So my thing is the program Miss August stated that somebody else can do his position. The only person that can do that position that is in our department currently is the director, because the program analysis person, it was just hired about 3 months ago with no knowledge of being a programmer. If we cut Ken's position, we will, and you know, as a director, the directors they average anywhere from 3 to 5 years being in a position, and then they move on. So if we cut Ken Roberts, we are losing not only the historical, but also being able to pull all these reports. In the past years, for 21 years that he's been in this department, he was the person that was providing all your reports that the board was requesting. He has pulled the overage reports for teachers if they
Thank
have
you.
more.
Your time is up. That is all that we have for public comment on this action item, and it comes back to the board for any discussion or to entertain a motion.
Just to be extra clear, these are all preliminary, right? And so you guys will be planning, you'll be taking a look at everything, getting input from others before making the final cuts. It sucks, like all of this sucks bad, right? But these are preliminary notices. So I just want to be super clear about that, because I want to have faith that we can reimagine things and get us to a place where it works. And I understand that to do that, we have to keep taking risks. And the money sucks. So just had to say those things out loud. These are still preliminary layoffs notices, and we're trying to get people in the right spots, and everything sucks.
Trustee Casson?
So similarly, preliminary notices are something that we need to not return to again as a way of managing this. We need to make sure we're structurally bringing back positions that are attached to sustainable funding. It is going to be traumatic for people that even keep their jobs, and we're going to be putting people's families and home life into a place of uncertainty. And so I want to make sure that as we bring staff back, we make sure that we're doing it in a way where we are not setting ourselves up to have to do it again. And we're not using large amounts of one-time funds or things like that in order to delay into the future another reckoning like this. So for me, there are dozens of positions here that I want to say that one and that one and that one. Let's not do it, because I see the importance of it. And I think there's no process to where we can do that preemptively, because I know that over the next 2.5 months, you're going to have to go through each of the needs of each of the sites. You're going to need to get these empower committees together to figure out what 712 is going to look like. And if we were to make that predetermination now, it would deny the opportunity for the parents and the staff and the teachers that are going to be on those committees to actually say what's needed. And what I'm hearing and what I know very clearly is what's needed is that students need to have someone who they can trust, that they can be connected to, that they can go to in any given situation. And I've heard that attached to many very excellent staff in our district in positions from restorative to counselors to even individual teachers, and how we make sure that that is a resource that's on every campus through positions, but also through the people that are in those positions and respecting them and bringing them back if we are able, I think is going to be really important. Again, as you bring folks back, we have to look at our priorities. And I think one of our priorities needs to be continuing to lean into partnering, and not just partnering, but enabling other agencies and other organizations to provide their services directly on our campuses. And I know the wellness centers and some of the other things that are happening are designed to do that. But the fact that we haven't been doing it up till now is, remember that fact that we haven't been doing it more robustly up until now is a concern, because we're asking people to take things on faith when the faith doesn't exist because of a history of not following through on things like that. So, our street outreach teams are funded through special tax funds that the community passed and are specifically for schools and truancy. So we need to work with the city of Santa Rosa on how that incorporates and supports that type of outreach, because those street outreach folks are able to actually go and address truancy issues. Behavioral health at the county and all the Measure O funds that the community has passed, those things should be able to come in and help support some of these things. And if we don't, we have to make that a full-throated, we're open and engaging with those folks in order to make this work. So I don't want to go through and pick individual positions, because I think the quality of a lot of the things that we've heard from the public has a lot to also do with the individuals. And when you bring them back, let's make sure it's sustainable and we're not doing this again next year.
So again, it's back to the board if there is a motion.
I'll move resolution 2024-25-44 and waive further reading of the text.
Second. Can I request an amendment to have the data management analyst, the family engagement facilitators, and the restorative specialists separated? Pulled out from this vote?
I don't believe we can pull that in open session, Omar.
What was that?
We cannot pull that in open session.
No, yeah, I could amend the motion to have those pulled from this to vote separately. Yeah, you could amend it. Somebody has to accept the amendment. And then a separate motion could be made just for those positions.
Similar to the comments I just made, I'm not prepared to say any one position type is in need of not being noticed, because I would say the same thing about the nurses and the counselors, and I could go through here and pull every position type at this point. So at this point, I would not pull any specific positions from the motion.
And then I'll have to vote no on the whole thing then.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Amendment failed. Melanie, roll call vote, please.
Trustee Caston,
Aye.
trustee Kirby,
Aye.
trustee Medina,
No.
trustee Jenkins,
Aye.
clerk De La Torre.
Aye. All right, next up, F7, discussion on local control and accountability plan, the LCAP for mid-year report.
I'm going to go ahead and get started while the team gets settled in. I hope to be able to cheer the board up a little. Thank you very much. Superintendent Dr. Morales, Clerk De La Torre, members of the board, student staff community of Santa Rosa City Schools. We have been through a lot over the last 7 months. Like I said, I hope to lift our hearts a little bit and cheer us up with a little bit of a story of resilience here. Coming out of the pandemic, when I started July 1st, 2022, actually, a lot of people don't know, we didn't have a CBO. We didn't have an assistant superintendent of educational services. And by all accounts, we were one of the lowest performing districts in the state of California. What you're going to hear tonight is a story of resilience and a story of how we've begun to turn that around. And I'm really excited to share that with what's left of the team here. And some of the people here, I really appreciated the board being very honest. Some of the people here have had their jobs eliminated tonight. So over the last several years, I don't know if, are we ready? Good. Santa Rosa City Schools has been on a steady upward trajectory, demonstrating measurable and consistent gains in student outcomes. This progress is a result of intentional equity-driven efforts led by the Equitable Educational Services Division in collaboration with our dedicated educators, the teachers in the classroom, of course, school leaders and community partners. Through what I call our re-engage, re-empower, and re-embrace approach, we have not only improved key performance indicators, but we have reshaped how we serve students, strengthen instruction, and support staff. In a word, we are not doing the same old thing. Tonight, we share these successes with you, not just in numbers, but in impact. We are co-presenting with business services because this is the new way that the state accountability system has us share this out. And so it's part fiscal and part student outcomes. Through this presentation, you're going to see the faces of the dedicated individuals from central office staff that have worked tirelessly to drive these improvements. One final item, and this is important to the Educational Services Division. While we recognize that the value of the California School Dashboard and the State Accountability System is an important tool for measuring progress, identifying areas of need, and ensuring equity across our schools, these metrics provide us with a broad data-driven perspective on student achievement and school performance. But that said, we also know that true educational impact goes beyond standardized measures. That's why we remain steadfast in our commitment to local measures, authentic assessment, and street data. The real on-the-ground insights that we believe have gotten us actually this far, not just to the state accountability systems, but how we've gotten to re-engage with our students and get to know them, that allow us to understand our students and individuals, tailor instruction to their needs, and foster deeper learning experiences. Next slide, two. The California Dashboard serves as a critical tool for monitoring school and district performance. It helps us understand how our students are progressing and where additional support is needed. The dashboard considers both growth and proficiency to determine performance levels, allowing us to track improvements over time. This mid-year update provides a snapshot of our progress and informs our strategic planning efforts moving forward. Slide 3. So why is the California Dashboard important? The dashboard is often referred to as a report card for our schools and district. It plays a vital role in establishing common standards, identifying student groups in need of extra support, and guiding our annual budget and planning processes. It focuses on 8 state priority areas, ensuring that we remain accountable for student achievement, school climate, and equity-driven initiatives. So it draws actually from the LCAP, and actually they're bonded. Slide 4, 5, 4. Sorry. The California School Dashboard evaluates performance across 6 state indicators and 5 local indicators. The state measures include academic performance in English language arts and math, English learner progress, chronic absenteeism, graduation rates, suspension rates, and college career readiness. The local indicators focus on basic school conditions, implementation of academic standards, school climate, family engagement, and course access. Our performance levels are determined by both current and prior year data, allowing us to track trends and areas for improvement. I think it's important to mention here that these measures have evolved over time. This has been a process that's lasted probably about a decade. And so some of these indicators are relatively new, and I'm going to go over that in a second here. Slide 5. New and different for 2024. There are a few key changes to the dashboard. First, the college and career indicator. Color performance levels have returned, providing a clearer picture of student preparedness for post-secondary success. Additionally, while science is included in the dashboard, no color performance levels are assigned this year due to the need for 2 years of data. A new student demographic group, long-term English learners, has been added, giving us better insight into the subgroup's progress. Finally, all local educational agencies, LEAs or districts, are now required to link their LCAP to the dashboard, reinforcing the connection between strategic planning and student outcomes.
While we are 45.8 points below standard, we are making progress because we have gone up 8 points from last year. You will also notice that the state is 13.2 below standard. But I would like to give you the growth trends over the past 3 years. So in 2022, 9 groups were in the red category. 2023, 4 groups were in the red category. I'd like you to notice, and you could celebrate, there are no groups in the red category. So I'm going to point out a few. All student groups experienced an improvement. Every group increased at least 5 points. Most notably, American Indian increased by 28 points. African American students increased by 19.4 points. Pacific Islanders, 15.8 points. Students with disabilities, 12.6 points. And our socioeconomic disadvantage and foster youth and homeless by 8 or more points. Our Hispanic EL and our long-term ELs were at least 5 points. You'll see that our Asian, Filipino, and white students are meeting or exceeding state expectations. So our goal is to continue to focus on closing the achievement gaps and supporting all of our students. We have steady improvement that we're seeing, and it's a testament to our teachers and our students.
Good evening, members of the board, community, and staff. Samuel Martinez, Director of Educational Services, and I'm going to speak about mathematics. I've had the pleasure of overseeing and supporting and partnering with teachers across the district in the area of mathematics for the last 3 years. And we're seeing huge results, closing gaps across the board in mathematics is a testament to the hard work of teachers. What you see there is we've had a 13.5 point increase on the dashboard in the area of mathematics over 1 year and a 19 point increase over 2 years. We've also seen increases across all student groups in mathematics, including a 13.5 point increase for African American students, a 3.8 increase for English learners, a 15.4 point increase for homeless students, a 12.2 point increase for low socioeconomic students, a 10.8 point increase for Hispanic students, a 19.9 point increase for Asian students, and a 20.7 point increase for white students. All secondary schools, and I'll repeat that, all secondary schools have seen an increase on the dashboard. And that's including a 21.2 increase for Alcee Allen High School, a 54.3 increase for Montgomery High School, a 57.8 point increase for Pioneer High School. And so the work is paying off. We're moving the dial in mathematics. We are seeing that improvement, and there is a lot more work to be done, but we built some really strong relationships with teachers and staff, and if you could see the practices and the changes, you would be impressed. And we're also really dialing in and really trying to support students in developing a positive identity in mathematics. Had been collecting data around that and really trying to support that growth moving forward.
That's a result of our math redesign, we call it, complete math redesign.
Thank you, Samuel, for your countless hours working in staff development and mathematics and your dedication to this area for our district. I'm going to talk about the student growth models. And what you see in front of you is a chart that shows us how our district is compared to comparable districts. And so what the growth model is based on, it's the growth that shows us how much our student scores grew from one grade level to the next. Growth data also shows our districts and schools, whether one group of students had growth that was higher than, similar to, or lower than the growth of another group. Because consecutive years of results are necessary to calculate growth scores, they are calculated for grades 4 through 8. Grades 3 and 11 do not have growth scores because there isn't a consecutive grade to measure those against. The way the growth model is calculated is once a typical test score is determined, then that difference between the student's typical test score and their actual test score is compared. And the growth scores were just recently released. And so we can now make a comparison over several school years. So this chart that is here shows us that compared to comparable districts, our district is 11 points below what is considered typical growth for mathematics and 19 points below what would be considered typical growth for English language arts. And we will now move to our English language learner.
The English Learner Progress Indicator, or as we know it, ELPI, provides us valuable insight into how our multilingual learners are advancing towards English language proficiency using the English Language Proficiency Assessments for California, also known as LPAC. This indicator now incorporates data for students that are long-term English learners and also results from the summative alternative LPAC. In 2024, 39.7% of our multilingual learners made progress towards proficiency, which was a decline of 3.6. Our state also saw a decrease of 3% from the previous year. Data from the last 4 years reveals that the average of 35% of our students are maintaining their current LPAC performance score from the previous year. The decline in multilingual, thank you, learner progress suggests a need for focused strategies to support our students. Work has begun on the implementation of targeted supports, such as differentiated instruction through best first instruction and professional development for our staff. We are addressing this decline through rethinking the current program course offerings for designated English language development. Ensuring both designated and integrated English language development is taking place daily, writing specific collaborative curriculum design units targeting designated ELD. Supports by EL specialists at sites. A thorough review of the number of students at the secondary level who are not enrolled in a required ELD course through the scheduling process. A systematic focus on family engagement. Analyzing the supports for duly identified students and how to offer support within a 6-period schedule, and targeted conversations at each of our school sites through the Language Acceleration Review Committee, which aims to intentionally meet periodically to discuss the needs of multilingual learners. This work is in motion to address the needs of multilingual learners within and across our system.
I'm very excited to share about our graduation growth. And I'm Dr. Lucilena Perez, Executive Director for Secondary. So our overall increase was 3.8%, meaning that 86.5% of our students graduated. We have no student groups in red or in orange. That's amazing progress for our district. We have 5 student groups that have demonstrated an increase of 10% or more including our foster youth, with a whopping 23.5% increase. African American students increased by 14.6% with a 90% graduation rate. Our EL students increased their graduation rate by 12.3%. Our homeless students increased their graduation rate by 15%. And the efforts of our staff and students have led to an LTEL increase of 10% towards graduation rate. Groups that showed an increase between 5 and 9% include our Hispanic group, our students with disabilities, and all socioeconomically impacted students. 5 of our 6 high schools experienced an increase in graduation rates. Pioneer is in the blue with a 90%. That's an increase of 6.4. Ridgeway is in the blue at 90.5 with an increase of 7.8. Maria Carrillo in the green with 92.7. Santa Rosa High in the green with 89.1. And LC Allen in the yellow, 76.1 with an increase of 9.2. Those are the schools that had an increase. The contributing factors to this increase in graduation rate include, at the classroom level, thank you teachers, an increased focus on Tier 1 to prevent Fs. Ridgeway High School's continued support for continuation high school students, because having a continuation high school with a graduation rate of 90.5 is impressive. The GRACE program at Pioneer High School is a strong contributor to the increase in graduation rate there. Our credit recovery options such as Cyber High, Summer School, and Night School are also contributors to this increase in graduation rate. So those are a lot of great things to celebrate in our secondary programs and across our district.
It marks our highest A through G completion rate and our highest graduation rate ever.
So interestingly enough, the next slide is the place where you actually don't want to see increases, because this is the area of the dashboard that is looking at chronic absenteeism. Our goal is to have that always be a decrease, because we want fewer students who fall into the category of chronic absenteeism. And we have seen a significant success between the year 2023 and the year 2024. We had a 9.4% decrease in the number of students who qualify under chronic absenteeism. It is important to acknowledge that this does not measure students from TK to 12, because when students are younger than 6 years old, there are no compulsory education laws. And because you don't have the sequential years, the chronic absenteeism looks at students up to grade 8. So this is not a snapshot of chronic absenteeism across our entire district. This specifically looks at basically from first grade to 8. It's also important to recognize that in the 2023 dashboard, we had 2 subgroups that were in the red, and this year we have none. And that is a huge celebration. We also last year had 5 groups in the orange, and we are down to 4. All of our subgroups moved from one color band to 5 different subgroups between 2023 and 2024 moved across from one color band to the other. Some of the other groups did stay the same, but this is the continued movement that we want to see, the direction toward success. Moving to the next slide, this is a place where, again, we are wanting to find a decrease. We want to be able to see fewer of our students that are suspended at least one day within a school year. And we did see an improvement. We decreased 1.8% from the 2023 school year. So we are continuing to make the downward trends. During the 2023 school year, we had 9 different subgroups in the red. meaning that we had a disproportionality of 9 different subgroups. And in the 2024 school year, we improved 8 of those 9. And this year we only have 1. Only 2 subgroups stayed in the same grade band from the same color band from the 2023 to 2024. All other subgroups improved.
All right, now I'm ready. Good evening. My name is Debbie Cardozo. I'm the Director of College and Career Readiness. It's good to be here this evening. The College and Career Readiness Indicator represents the percentage of high school graduates who are prepared for college or a career. The indicator is very complex and incorporates a variety of metrics to assess readiness. Students must meet specific combinations of the measures indicating their readiness for post-secondary success. From performance on standardized tests, such as Smarter Balance Assessments, also known as SBAC, in English Language Arts and Math, completion of Advanced Placement, AP, or International Baccalaureate, IB exams with qualifying scores, transition classroom and work-based learning experiences for students on an IEP who earn a Special Education Certificate of Completion, to career technical education pathway completion with a C- or above, partnered with completion of dual enrollment course credit with a C- or better, or a qualifying score on the math or English SBAC. If you click on the links in the slide, it'll show a more in-depth explanation of the metrics and combinations for what it means to be prepared. Our college and career readiness score has improved by 2%. We can contribute this, we believe, to the A through G readiness scores, as well as our SBAC scores in math in particular. So we're excited about that. It is important to note that this indicator, as Dr. Castro alluded to, has evolved since it first came out, which can be challenging to measure progress comparatively and is heavily college focused. There are potential new metrics and work-based learning that may become available, such as internships, student-led enterprises, and things of that nature. But it is currently right now, that's one of the challenges with this metric is it's our indicator. It's very college focused, which is challenging at times. I do anticipate continued growth in this indicator, not only as the metrics continue to evolve and hopefully include more career-related data, but we also have secured grant funding to support greater access for students to earn early college credit by having dual enrollment opportunities offered during the school day on our high school campus, which is a big win, and also to support the development of integrated curriculum between CTE and core academic classes. Additionally, I wanted to share that we also have local measures for college and career readiness that we monitor, like industry certifications, articulation agreements where students can earn early college credit through a credit by exam process, local work-based learning experiences, and metrics that we have developed with our district CTE advisory committee, just to name a few. We will also be developing a district graduate profile to define locally what students should know and be able to do when they graduate Santa Rosa City Schools. Thank you.
The next couple of slides I'm going to go over. Before I do that, I wanted to explain why they're important. They're important because this is how the federal and state government and people who want to consider coming to our district see how our district is actually rated. There are terms called the differentiated assistance in terms of how many of the different subgroups are struggling. And then the next measure, ESSA designations or state accountability, actually look how individual schools have students that need additional assistance. First, I'm going to go over the differentiated assistance model. And you've heard a lot of the different scores and eligibilities mentioned by different individuals here. The California dashboard identifies districts for differentiated assistance if one or more student groups show persistent low performance in at least 2 priority areas. and Executive Director Desideri, Executive Director Dr. Perez, and different individuals here have mentioned how certain groups were in the red in the past. So state indicators you can qualify if a single group is rated red in at least 2 priority areas. For example, Hispanic student group is red for chronic absenteeism and suspension. There's a local indicator measure that can be used to identify a combination of state and local indicators or data submission issues. We qualify and have been qualifying under state indicators. You can see that historically there, for the years prior to 2023, we had been qualifying as red, in the red for all of these categories, of many of which we had been identified in previous individuals that have been reporting in their different corresponding areas. As you can see, for 2024, we don't have any groups showing up in the red anymore. And if you go to the next slide there, I'm not going to go over every single one of these for the interest of time. You go down that center column, and if you see for school climate and suspension, the amazing growth that we've done in that area, for example. And I think the most exciting thing to report out of this is not only have we exited differentiated assistance as a district entirely, which is a great feat. And I'm saying this when you're looking at data. If you look if you're wonky about this like I am, or interested in any sort of education statistics whatsoever, districts are struggling coming out of the pandemic. If you look across the board, not every district is improving. Lots of districts. There's a statistic done in Southern California. Only 90 schools, I believe, in San Diego County have actually shown any sort of improvement whatsoever. Coming out of differentiated assistance is a big deal. But I want to pause here for a second. Not only have we come out of differentiated assistance, it's the first time we have done so since 2017. So we were in differentiated assistance for all of that time. We have finally exited differentiated assistance. So that's something that I think we should really celebrate. Moving on to our designations, school by school, the way we are seeing when schools are identified. And this is something that's available to the public. So when it comes to attracting students to our district, this is one of the things you look at. Red, and it's very simple to understand. Red is bad, blue is good. So if you're looking at a district or a school, you're going to be looking at these things, and you're going to be looking over time to see if they've improved. Do I want to send my student to that particular school? Well, let's see how they're doing, right? So the ESSA designations here. The 3 different designations. ATSI, schools where one or more student group is performing at the same level at the lowest performing school in the state. So you would take a particular student group out and they would be performing at the lowest 5 percentile. Targeted, and that would be for consecutive years. Targeted support improvement, very similar, consistently underperforming student groups based on multiple state indicators. And then you have your CSI, which is your lowest performing schools, which means all of their student groups were performing at the lowest level. If you look at ours historically, there in the next slide, when 2 years ago, when we started, we had 17 schools with ATSI designations, 3 of which were CSI schools. That means 20 of our 24 schools had ESSA designations. Not exactly something to brag about. So 20 of our 24 schools had at least multiple student groups, 2 or more student groups performing in the lowest 5 percentile with respect to student outcomes. In the next year, we reduced that by half to 4. And as of this year, we are down from 20 to 3 schools. So the trend is consistent and it's upward. It's something very positive to celebrate. And that, at this point, concludes our Educational Services Division presentation. We will turn it over to fiscal.
Well, we're going to do the LCAP mid-year update.
Sorry, that concludes my particular part. Yeah, you go.
We're going to just quickly review each one of the 3 goals and highlight where we're at the mid-year.
And just a reminder, we got 14 minutes, so no pressure.
We're gonna breeze through this. All right, we're gonna start with goal 1.
Okay, time me. All right, for the elementary, we're really excited with goal 1 because we've implemented this year the 95% core foundational program, Skills for Reading, K through 5. We've done a math redesign, much to Samuel Martinez. We've expanded it all the way TK to 3. He's trained and supported teachers, ensuring students have access to the new math framework. We've implemented the iReady diagnostic test along with the learning plan that goes with it. We're seeing a lot of growth from trimester 1 to trimester 2. It's a personalized learning plan. And we've done a great job in tier 1 implementation to meet student needs, and that's inside the classroom. Go for it. Okay. All right. And we have spent a lot of time with the EL specialist revising the designated ELD services to be aligned within our units of collaborative curriculum and design. So students are getting vocabulary content to really strengthen their knowledge. Your turn. Michael, ELO. Michael. ELO.
Sorry, just the last bullet there. Additionally, final point was increased options and opportunities via our expanded learning programs. And broadly, they encompass after-school programs, intersession, night school, and of course, summer school.
Secondary highlights, Samuel and Gabriela.
Math redesign efforts, we provided professional development from TK all the way to high school and cohorts to between 150 and 200 teachers at this point. The efforts have included a real focus on strategies to promote a growth mindset in students, building thinking classroom strategies to launch the new math framework, including real world modeling and asset-based instruction. We've also put efforts to redesign courses to support students, increased opportunities for teachers to collaborate and work together as site teams as well as district-wide, and are in our 3rd year of a math identity survey, collecting data from students and sharing them with teachers to figure out how to better help students and promote a positive math identity.
Our EL specialists support teachers and students by pushing into classrooms to work with small groups, with our newcomers and other multilingual learners, with language acquisition, reading, LPAC chats that prepare students for the LPAC exam. Starting in February 1st, they are now implementing the LPAC at our secondary sites. Also, our EL specialists support professional learning collaboratives for our teachers on teaching strategies, our data platform elevation, and curriculum for newcomers. There is also a continuous site focus on multilingual learners through LARC, our Language Accelerated Review Committee meetings. These are monthly meetings that support our EL specialists, that are supported by our EL specialist. These meetings bring together the expertise of administrators, counselors, teachers, family engagement facilitators, and English learner specialists to implement key decisions. This committee supports the achievement and well-being of our multilingual students.
The Ed Services team has worked diligently with our site administrators and implemented strategic instructional leadership teams as well this year. We'll now go to fiscal.
I will make my comments really brief. I do want to call attention to a revision on this slide, and that is that because we moved all of the expanded learning opportunity program funds into Fund 12, when the initial reports were pulled, it was only for Fund 01. So that's why you see a difference there. Excuse me. You will not always see exactly 50%. There are some things that are planned to be spent more upfront. Some things are spent more towards the end of the year. Some are evenly spread throughout the year. And again, this is a plan. So as as things are updated and changed. We may have grants that may be offset that we didn't spend. The LCAP funds, and those funds can be redistributed to other activities that are within the LCAP or covered for our unduplicated pupils. So again, this is a check-in. It's not anything that, hey, we're really off here or we're really off there. It's we make adjustments as we go throughout the year. And this is our mid-year check-in to see kind of how we're doing compared to those fiscal goals related to implementation from Ed Services.
So just, I'm not going to go over everything that's on the Goal 2 highlights, but just to touch on a couple of things. We had an explosive participation in our January Youth Truth. And last week we started to receive the response rates and the actual responses from Youth Truth. We're starting to analyze that. And so far it's looking like in almost every key area, we are seeing significantly improved positive comments from our community, students, and staff. And one other highlight is that our school-based therapist team is now fully staffed, and we were able this year to increase an addition of a third bilingual and bicultural therapist.
Goal 2 fiscal. I will just, the same comments are the same for, the comments are the same for each of the fiscal slides if there are particular questions at the end if we have time. Cruising to Goal 3.
And I'm going to highlight that we've just finished 2 rounds of our grade level release. So every grade, so TK meets together, 6th grade meets together. We all meet together, focusing on data-driven instruction. We've worked on math. We've worked on supporting our multilinguals. We've trained in our new curriculum of 95% core phonics. We've trained in the building thinking classrooms and multilingual supports.
We also had 2 well-attended professional development release days, one focused on safety and the other one with a variety of instructional programming for our staff. Many of our sessions were led by our own teachers and staff in the district. And we've had 75 teachers attending professional development and ethnic studies, which is a real highlight of our district. And we just have a tremendous increase in access to alternative programs. Goal 3 fiscal.
Same comments. So I know that we only have 6 minutes.
Questions?
Trustee Medina.
On the, back to the indicators, graduation rate, could you share how that's calculated? I think I've told something along the lines that it's based on where kids are in their 9th grade, not versus where they graduate. Is that accurate, or how's graduation calculated?
To get the best answer, you'd need Dr. Bardelli here, but I understand it's a 5-year cohort is what it's called, giving them the opportunity to qualify for, like, for example, after their senior year, some students may need additional time for like summer school to be able to qualify for additional units there. But I don't know if that answers your question there, but that's what it's called nowadays, a 5-year cohort.
So it does have to do with students staying together within the same school, so that the number within the cohort changes based on students transferring, moving, or dropping out.
So I guess it would be like, let's say a student started at Roseland University Prep, they graduated with us. Roseland gets the credit for that?
Actually, I don't believe that either school really gets the credit for that within the cohort model.
Thanks. I think in the future, if we could maybe as an information item, get more information as to how that works so we could understand.
Absolutely.
Sure.
And the other question that I just have in terms of LCAP or LCFF, in terms of concentration and supplemental funding, do we do something specific to ensure that like the schools that have the greatest need around those demographic groups get that extra assistance, or do we just spread it out evenly?
So we do have the sites. Currently, the way that we budget is that the sites receive a per ADA amount, and that's based on their percentage of unduplicated pupils, specifically to the LCAP funding. So yes, we do adjust for that. And next year, we're looking at how we may do that differently, but still ensuring that they get the additional services. So it's more about the actual services to students rather than specific dollars is the most important impact.
And just finally, great work, great numbers. It's glad to see that a lot of the stuff that we've been doing has been working.
Thank you.
Just say real quickly, thank you very much. Because there's been so much progress, it's kind of scary to be downsizing and changing things because it took so long to get here and you guys did an amazing job, and hats off to our teachers and those that implemented this work. We would not get to these numbers without them. So much appreciation for all the hard work put in, and looking forward to finding ways to keeping the success and streamlining it for more focus. Any other questions?
I have lots of other questions, so I'll follow up afterwards. I want to make sure we get a chance to at least try and get one consent calendar motion in.
All right, I know that we have G5 and G8 have been pulled. They will have to wait till next week.
For quick clarification, there was just one contract that I had a question about. Is it okay, just pull the one contract or do you have to just? Okay.
Is there anything
I'd like to
on
move to
G that we need to approve tonight?
Well, could I just move to approve G1 through G4, G6, G7, and G9?
Second.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Clerk De La Torre.
No.
So just you guys had a great presentation, a lot of progress. I think a lot of this should also come back in some of our goal setting and our strategic planning. I want to thank you all for your work. Sorry that we're having to do this at the end because of our time limit. So
All right, we got a minute and a half to pull G5. You want to discuss that further? Is that Director Kirby?
Sure, I'll make it quick. G5. Oh, so that was for the WizX Technology Group. The contract is for upgrade of 12 copiers for staple capability. And just doing that runs us $15,600 a year is what I'm seeing. I guess my question is, do we need all 12 of our copiers upgraded to that capability? Or can you get by with 3 or 4? I know it's minutia, but it seems like a lot of money for staple capability.
So it was actually much cheaper for us to do it this way than a different bundle. It ran about $10,000 more if we changed those up. It was actually cheap. This was the cheapest combination. I would agree. I questioned it myself. And if you would like us to hold and bring it back, we certainly can.
move approval of G5.
Second.
Good.
Roll call vote.
Trustee Caston.
Aye.
Trustee Medina.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
Trustee Jenkins. Aye. Clerk De La Torre.
Aye. And in the interest of time, we will have to hold the others until next time. Meeting's adjourned.
Thank you.